dealing with potty training right now. Nothing really can stop me in that department.
George, your cooking is crap.
Yeah, well, I mean, the French do suck. All that boredom and ennui. Watching Wemby last night, just a real reminder for my distaste
I
for the
only
French.
like 7'5" basketball players who play like point guards. George Clooney's kids, not mine. 1 week in France.
Ethical basketball?
Yeah, Tony Parker, don't even talk to me about that harlot Eva Longoria.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. This is the go-home edition of Afternoon Drive for 2025. What a year it's been. I'm sure half of you are saying it's the worst year of your life, and half of you are saying it's the best year of your life, and most of you are saying, I watched another 4-win Browns team, but that opened courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We got Matt Corrali. Matt Corrali, the big cheese. It's going to be a good night for him. Manning, the 92.3 The Fan YouTube stream. You guys can watch us there. Don't forget, we like to be liked. Like the video. Subscribe as well to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel.
Drop those corn emojis.
Drop those corn emojis. You get a corn, and everybody gets a corn emoji. And JP, how you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Pretty well.
That's good. Did you find your coffee in your car at all, or no?
Yeah, that's pretty humiliating.
Okay.
But this is an accountability show.
Oh, is that it right there?
That is it
okay,
right there.
That's good. That means that there was, you did. It not only existed, you're drinking it.
So I got here at noon, came in, brought my stuff in, went down to the store because I had to get some throat coat for the day to get us through the day.
I have throat coat. You can always have some.
I hate asking for it because then I forget to give you one tea bag back. So, but
you can
thank
keep
you.
your tea bag.
Well, thank you very much.
You're always generous with the tea bag. Is what I like
that's
to
what
say.
Everybody says about Nick
Wilson. I tell people that all the time.
Everybody says it, and then I came back,
a tea bag.
and we sit down for the pre-show meeting, and I'm like, guys, I don't want to say guys, you were the only one there. Jax was late, but I was like, I think I forgot to drink my $6.25 coffee, my $6.25 coffee. And sure enough, I had to walk back to the parking garage in between the show and the show meeting and the show. And, did not take a single sip of this.
Venti cinnamon dolce latte.
Yeah, we got to say cinnamon dolce latte. You got to say it with a little spice, a little flair.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And I just think it's so funny that you didn't have an accounting of whether or not you drank it or didn't, I understand how it happens.
Yeah.
I do, but I also, in the same vein, like, wouldn't you have been so excited when you got the coffee? Like, you instantly want to drink it?
Yeah. Yeah, normally that's how it works.
And you're on autopilot when it comes to this.
So I got it at 11:10, and then I let it sit, usually right next to me, for about 10 minutes, and then I'll remember, make sure to drink your drink, because I don't like carrying an extra thing into the station. I hate having to try and juggle the keys and do that whole thing.
Yeah.
And so I think somewhere between 11:20 and me getting here, I just completely forgot it existed. And in fairness, I didn't remember that I even had it until we sat down, and I was like, I don't feel like I've had my cinnamon dolce latte today. That's an hour and a half. That is some borderline, you might be on the precipice of some sort of memory issues or degenerative brain disease kind of forgetting 90 minutes without remembering.
Spin on this, it's kind of like you got a little bit of a BOGO.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, buy one, get one action.
Don't hate it.
If you don't know if you drank it or didn't to begin with, it's like you found a new one.
By the way, the corn emoji's just blowing up the 92.3
Drop
The Fan.
those corn emojis.
Drop those. Cornlito, where you at?
Suck it, Cornlito.
So, Jeremy Fowler continues to be the giving tree of Browns rumors and innuendos heading into what could be Kevin Stefanski's last game as Browns head coach. We do have to get to Ashley Bastock's piece on Jim Schwartz as well, and we'll talk to Ashley at 3:20. But today, in his gigantic, I would say almost encyclopedic version of rumors and innuendos buzz around the NFL heading into Week 18, not only does he say that the Browns and Kevin Stefanski could be headed towards a mutual parting of ways, but if Mike McDaniel is not retained in Miami, he would be a candidate in Cleveland if in fact he was let go in Miami. And then Mary Kay said she can't report one way or another, but did say She knows the Browns have long admired Mike McDaniel's offensive genius.
Yeah, so what's interesting, first off, the highs and the lows that McDaniel's gone through in Miami is fascinating. There was a long stretch there where it was assumed he was fired, and then it felt like he saved his job, and now over the past couple weeks, it feels like he's now lost this job once again. Like, that in and of itself is enough to be studied and to be thought of, and what is really going on there. But, I mean, to me, he is hipster Kevin Stefanski. Mm-hmm. That's who he is, hipster Stefanski. He is a little quirkier, he's a little weirder, he dresses a little funnier, but ultimately he's the same exact vibe that what you'd have with Stefanski. He's an offensive-minded coach that people constantly complain doesn't actually do enough with the offense, and you don't really know whether or not he's good at that. You know, in Miami, he took a team that had perennially, and still has not, by the way, won a playoff game in 25 years. He at least took him to the postseason. Now, one of those years was to get waxed by Patrick Mahomes. That happens. It's football. But he at least was there. So, like, there's something to what he does relative to a bunch of other bad Dolphins coaches. But ultimately, you're left feeling, I don't think he's very good at this.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, listen, guys, if you say, would I rather Mike McDaniel or Vance Joseph? I think I'm going to lean Mike McDaniel, and that's tough to say. It's just
Vance Joseph was just a disaster.
He might get a job. He might get a job in this cycle.
And there's so many people that are just like Vance Joseph right now, and Jim Schwartz falls in this category too. Very good defensive mind, very good coordinator, very good at what they do in that regard. But we've seen him be a head coach, and it wasn't very good when we saw it.
But I think Mike McDaniel versus Kevin Stefanski is as dubious of a question as you could ask. Because I don't think, by the way, I'm not sold that Mike McDaniel isn't a good head coach. I just think my flaw with him, and this is reported, like whereas Kevin Stefanski, I think we've seen a lot of earmarks of a team that likes their coach but doesn't play for their coach, if that makes sense. Like, we've seen a team that clearly does not dislike Kevin Stefanski. I think there's a personal respect for the human being, but they're not going to run through the wall for him like you see with New England and Mike Vrabel or Detroit with Dan Campbell. But that's us saying, well, these are earmarks of a guy that's not a leader of men. With Mike McDaniel, you flat out have the rumors. You flat out have the reports saying he lost the locker room because he wasn't a firm enough coach, and then he lost the locker room worse by then trying to double down and become the baddest ass in the room.
Well, and we have some actions that would corroborate some of those reports, too. When in the beginning of the year for the Dolphins, they named 6 captains, and Tua wasn't one of them.
Yeah.
How many teams you have 6 captains and the quarterback isn't one of them? Like, you are blatantly, you're doing it intentionally is what you're doing, and that was such a divisive moment for that locker room, and with good reason. And so like certainly not the leader of men. I know you always talk about wanting a leader of men. He is certainly not a leader of men. You'd be hiring for what is perceived to be a offensive genius and somebody that can do all this great play calling and scheming. And I'd make the argument the only time we've ever seen him do any of that is when he had Tyreek Hill and Waddle, and it's like, and all these other players, it's like, well, a lot of people could have done that with those guys. And even then, it's arguable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when we just get to his offensive side of thing, it's like he got the absolute best of Tua Tagovailoa for one season that anyone's ever gotten. And so he has one more top 5 offense in his arsenal in his career.
Which is his version of, by the way, that's his version of 2 Coach of the Year awards.
Yes. Well, but Kevin Stefanski, his best offensive scoring output was top 10. It was 10th in 2023, right, and that was buoyed by the last 5 weeks of Joe Flacco. So there is something that I think Mike McDaniel has done that Kevin hasn't, which is win with a pretty mid quarterback. The problem is he didn't do it consistently, and the problem is they never figured out the defense. So, hey, listen, I cannot tell you Mike McDaniel would be my number 1 coach. I also can't tell you, given the way this coaching market is shaking up, that I would just dismiss him out of hand.
Well, and so that the other part of this is that not only should you not dismiss him out of hand, the reality is that he probably is one of the better options out there. As many mean things as we can say about him, and as many things as we can say, like, oh, I don't know if I love that, getting hipster Stefanski might be one of the better options you have. And so that's why when we talk about this, I don't want Stefanski. We both have fired Stefanski a million times over. This name right here was a wake-up call, I think, for a lot of Browns fans of what this is going to look like if, in fact, you do go on with moving away from Stefanski.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that Mike McDaniel's name's been floated, that we got the Jim Schwartz article. Again, we're going to talk to Ashley about it today at 3:20, where there's a sense of, well, maybe do you keep either Schwartz or Tommy Rees on? I think there's an understanding that if the Browns do move on from Kevin Stefanski, and that really feels like a lot of people today have latched in on mutual parting of ways. I do think if the meeting between Kevin, Andrew, and Jimmy hasn't happened yet, it will happen before Saturday. It will happen before Sunday, excuse me. So if it hasn't happened, it will happen before this game. So I don't think we should wait for like a prolonged kind of thing after Sunday, no matter how that game goes. But I think this is like, if the Browns are going to move on from Kevin, you have to be incredibly open-minded and run an incredibly thorough search, which would include a guy like Mike McDaniel, even if it feels like either a Kevin Stefanski plus or a Kevin Stefanski minus, depending on how you feel about McDaniel.
Well, I mean, think about who all the insiders and everybody that you pay attention to this stuff with. Think about who they all keep saying is at the top of the wish list for these coaching candidates. Brian Flores, who is suing 3 different teams in the NFL right now. Mike McCarthy.
That's a feather in the cap for me, by the way.
Yeah, it's like he's like, oh, can't go to the Giants. It's like, why? Because he's suing them. Oh, okay.
Listen, I read John Gruden's emails like the rest of you.
Yeah.
But he is suing the NFL. All right. Counterpoint, right?
Historically, it just doesn't work out for people, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Kaepernick.
Yet.
Flores.
Oh, no. I mean, it hasn't worked out yet.
Yeah. No,
Cap's still got time.
Yeah, he's my age. He's running out of time.
Yeah.
He's going to have like
We just played 45-year-old Phillip Rivers. You're telling me somebody's not going to get desperate enough to get 75-year-old Colin Kaepernick?
Every year at this time, we have that conversation.
Yep.
We have that exact conversation.
That's how
at some
you know.
point. Yeah.
It's one of the true ringing in the New Year's.
So it's
Colin Kaepernick, yay or nay?
So it's Brian Flores. It's Mike McCarthy. It is hey, maybe Cliff Kingsbury deserves another opportunity. Like, this is the pool that we're living in as of right now. Now maybe some people open up and all of a sudden you have some new candidates that arise. But as of right now, like, if anything, I think this is almost floated by the Browns to be like, how perceptive are you to if it is Mike McDaniel? Because Mike McDaniel's probably one of the better options we'd actually have.
Is it the Tim Robinson? You sure about that? Is that what the Browns are doing with this? Are you sure about that? We can get better than Kevin Stefanski. You sure about that? All right, so let's just ask point blank. 2026, would you rather have Kevin Stefanski as the Browns head coach or Mike McDaniel?
I'd rather have Mike McDaniel because I'm so done with Stefanski and we need something new. I'll take hipster Stefanski over actual Stefanski.
All right.
But I'm not happy about it, and I think that's part of this discussion. Is that I'm not like over the moon of like, oh, what can he do? I'm so eager to find out what he can do with Shador and all this and make it all work because I just think it'll end the same way it ended for him in Miami.
I think my response
it does end in Miami.
Is predicated on his Jim Schwartz here. Because if I can keep Jim Schwartz, I think Mike McDaniel's a better offensive coach than Kevin Stefanski. I do. I think he has not. I don't think offensively he had Tua, who was up and down and just not very good at points. He continued motion. When you gave Tua options, he actually played reasonably well. This last year and a half has been cratering out for Tua, but that's as much as roster construction as it is about, I think, Tua.
I mean, he's got Quinn Ewers throwing the ball like crazy.
But if Mike McDaniel comes in and I got to get a new DC that I don't know, all of a sudden I'm very much less into this idea.
This is why I'm into a guy like McDaniel instead of let's say Flores or somebody else. Is that I think if you get an offensive minded coach, I think Schwartz is 100% here to stay. Like I think they'll throw the bag at him, whatever money he wants, whatever it is. Hopefully he's not slighted by the idea that he didn't actually get the head coaching job here, and I hope then he just kind of like sits back, he stays with the job he has, good job, good spot, and understands that that's his role in the NFL right now, and that's what he is, and then we'd move this thing forward. And because that is a scary part about going defense, is that you lose Schwartz and then you can still take a step back.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Don't forget to get at us on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. Our guy Devin, listening from Washington. I believe that's Washington, D.C. I can't remember if he added the D.C., so it's either Washington, D.C. or Washington State.
I see Washington, I think of the state instantly.
Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. We got some interesting stuff here.
Enough. Yeah, never do.
Now,
House of Cards.
Want to hear from you guys as well. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. Ashley Bastock at 3:20. We'll get to her take on Jim Schwartz saying he wants to be a head coach again in the NFL, whether that'll factor into the Browns search. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up at 4 o'clock. And then Tyvis Powell, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, Cleveland's own. We love Tyvis. He's been on 92.3 The Fan quite a bunch as well. We'll have him to talk some Buckeyes, probably get into a little Browns as well. But Jeremy Fowler saying Mike McDaniel could be a candidate if Cleveland and Miami move on from their coaches. How open to McDaniel are you? And the winds of change in Berea just aren't about Kevin Stefanski. More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes here. We are reacting to the latest Browns rumor and report that Mike McDaniel could be a candidate here in Cleveland. Like everyone else, I do tend to think and there's a pretty significant if you go and we watch Mike McDaniel get fired, and I would kind of be surprised at this point if he does, but if Mike McDaniel doesn't land a head coaching job, I think you could do a lot worse than Mike McDaniel as your offensive coordinator, Schwartz sticking around as your DC, and then maybe a leader of men type as your actual head coach.
I mean, in every scenario we've laid out, as long as I've done it with Schwartz as the DC and then McDaniel as the OC, and then I could have put, I don't know, Barney the Purple Dinosaur as the head coach, and you would have been like, all right. Like, I feel like in every scenario I've laid out, as long as I
think Barney's a leader of men.
As long as he might be. Doesn't talk much. But as long as...
Talks too much.
As long as we have those two, he's got songs. As long as there's like those two in place, then I feel like you were fine with it.
Hey, Barney, what happened there on third down? I love you. Barney, just answer the freaking question.
He's got optimism.
True.
He's always filled with a positive spirit. Coach Riz would love him. Is Coach Riz really Barney? Is that all this is?
216-474-0092.
No, but for real though, like I think at one point I threw out Mike McCarthy and just to see how you would react to it, and it was Mike McCarthy with those two as the setup, and you're like, cool, great, whatever, let's do it. Because it is a from a coordinator standpoint, that is a winning combo. But at this spot, basically what would happen is I think there's going to be too many open jobs for someone like McDaniel.
Yeah.
And I'm giving him the Stefanski treatment in many ways. So I'm sure there's some Dolphins radio host that hates that this is my thought on this, but it's my thought on it. There's enough open jobs, he'll probably land one of them.
I actually think if you said right now, Stefanski and McDaniel both get fired, and I want it on the record. I don't think McDaniel's getting fired, but we'll see. They've got to figure out who the GM's going to be, and then
who's got the leg up for the Giants job?
No. Who do you think definitively gets a job? I would say Kevin's got an 85% chance to get a job. I would put Mike McDaniel like a 50-50. I just think I think he's been covered on a national level negatively more than Kevin has.
But only recently, though. It really took, like, in the last year for that to really just all the glaze to wear off of him. He was as much of a media darling as anybody for the first couple years in Miami.
Yeah, but, I mean there were people thinking he was going to get fired week one.
We talked about it. I mean,
so, yeah. It's interesting. I do think, listen.
At that point, a lot of people were very wrong in thinking that Tua would win out that power battle, too, though.
No, Tua. You and I both know that the wheels of perception drive things for the head coaching market more than anything,
right?
Which is why it's so flawed. Why do you see guys fail so often? It's because it's driven off perception and not a team's, not the work the team actually does, getting to know the head coach and figuring out what they think and how they fit into their picture and what their structure is.
Yeah.
I think the wheels of perception right now, I mean, even in that This Is Football podcast, when Jeremy Fowler talked about Kevin Stefanski, he was like, well, sure, 3-win seasons, 7 wins in 2 years. Well, sure, the bad offenses. And I was like, what the hell are we sharing? No, those are things. Those are things that are at his feet. But a majority of the NFL, what is it? It's that line Albert gives us well, I still think he's a good head coach, but I think maybe it's run its course in Cleveland. That's as bad as Kevin has got in terms of getting knocked. And he's got 7 wins in 2 years. I think that tells you that he could come out, give him the old honka-honka on the sidelines of the 50-yard line on Sunday. And I think people will be like, it really showed a lot of spirit with Kevin. I think his perception is about as pristine as you can get, despite the failure that they've had.
But he also has the idea that he gets to fall back on just blaming the Haslams. Like, does McDaniel get that same fallback?
No,
Stephen Ross and company's a mess, but they're not that big of a mess.
Well, they also didn't pay Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract, which I think the NFL still wants. And when I say NFL, I'm talking broadly, but the NFL still wants to punish the Haslams.
Stefanski feels like he has way more. He gets way more. This wasn't my fault points than McDaniel does.
Yes.
And McDaniel, by the way, in many ways, he does get credit for making someone that everyone feels is a backup quarterback now in Tua and turning him into more than serviceable. And at times you wondered, is Tua one of the better quarterbacks out of that draft class that featured Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert and Jalen Hurts, which is insane to think about.
So maybe I'll double back on this because I did ask you straight up, all right, Kevin Stefanski or Mike McDaniel, who do you want as head coach? I would look at Mike McDaniel and Kevin Stefanski. If you said that Jim Schwartz was my DC and that's sticking, it's a push to me. Like there's some version of the same guy.
Which is why I called him Hipster Stefanski.
I'll be honest with you. I even think Mike McDaniel's O-line guy is vastly overrated. Frank Smith. So I don't think you're getting better there.
So doesn't that also scare you though? Like if they actually really love Stefanski, but they knew that there had to be some sort of change. If Stefanski and McDaniel's the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other, doesn't that scare you a little bit?
Yes, unless the change really comes from Kevin. Like, I think there's a perception out there. Again, wheels of perception. Who knows what's true and what's not? There's a perception that Kevin might be more done with the Browns than the Browns are done with Kevin.
That should only further what we're talking about, though. Like, if Kevin's the one that's done, and they have this, let's say we have this all twisted. Kevin's the one that's done, and they have this long-lasting love affair with Stefanski. That's why he's been here for 6 years, and they just want another Stefanski. Wouldn't that point you right to McDaniel?
Right to him or Clint Kubiak, or there's another name that every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, that's just another Stefanski. Oh, Grant Udinski, the OC for Jacksonville, is 29 years old.
McDaniels is as close as you're going to get in this conversation to what Stefanski is. And so because of that, I do feel like if in fact on Friday when they sit down, Stefanski's like, I could do better than here. You guys screwed me over. I can do better than here. I want to see what I can do elsewhere. Maybe there is a part of them that is drawn to then what McDaniel is because he offers up the same things. Now, one difference in this, and one thing that McDaniel, if we're talking about going on the open market,
press conferences.
One thing that he had, well, definitely. I mean, he's just a wild card.
We'd make a lot of fun of Mike McDaniel, though.
Well, you know what
we
it
would.
is? We discover a lot of things that I know going because I just listen to all these stupid things, but I feel like not everyone is hip to. Is the idea that his press conferences he can't complete sentences.
Yeah.
He just his way through the entire thing. Like he doesn't speak coherently at all.
It's not where he wins.
Not in the slightest bit. But every now and then he'll make like a reference to a Tupac song, so people think it's fun and cheeky. It's a weird sleight of hand that he's got.
He's going to have to switch it to Wu-Tang here because that's how.
And he wears jorts and he vapes on the sidelines. What a wacky fellow! I mean, he's a hipster. That's what he is.
He is.
But
there's no fight. There's really no pushing back on those allegations.
The one thing he's got that at least Stefanski doesn't in some of these conversations is the Shanahan tree.
No, I think that's fair.
People will always be drawn to the Shanahan tree. They'll always be drawn even to the slight little McVay connection he has in Washington and the time they spent together as well. But they're going to be drawn to the tree. And what has won out in recent years in the NFL is, are you a McVay disciple? Are you a Shanahan disciple? And if you're either or, you get the leg up in these convos.
And the offensive difference is, one, Mike has always been one of the guys pushing the use of motion in NFL to like vomit-inducing level. Like, he uses it all the time. As a matter of fact, if you remember a couple years ago, not a lot of Shanahan acolytes get the best of Jim Schwartz. He stymied the Browns' defense. I can't remember if that was Woods' last year or Schwartz's first year, though, in memory. Just trying to think off the top of my head. And I also think what I really like that McDaniel does that's an extension of the Shanahan tree, and again, I think it's a push, but just the thing that I would like different is I love how they use similar concepts, similar structures, and do multiple plays out of that, which between that and motion can really catch defenses off guard. Mm-hmm. Like I think you really have to coach up to coach against McDaniel's offense. Even now, with as bad as they've been, they were still trying to do stuff with Tua. He was just so bad. He was so unplayable. It wasn't working.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen that from Kevin for 3 or 4 years. And whether that's a quarterback's fault or whether it's, Kevin just got beaten down by the job, which is another thing that's been kind of thrown out there by certain people. Whatever it is, McDaniel's lost. McDaniel has had some struggles there, but he never stopped creating. He never stopped doing the things that you like to see offensively. That is some level of a win that he has that Kevin doesn't.
No, definitely. There's a few different things that you got to like, but ultimately...
It does feel like the push of all pushes, though. That is, I think that's the frustrating thing.
It just feels like if this is a trial balloon for how the reaction would go, it felt like everyone met it with a big meh today. But I also look at it and say, I don't know that you're doing or getting much better.
Now, would you like to be outraged by something real quickly?
Sure.
So Kevin Stefanski might be coaching for his job on Sunday. It might have already been decided. We'll find out rather on Sunday or Monday here. That's where you're going to want to stick it tuned to 92.3 The Fan. And
you Pediddler, you
Pediddler on the Roof, one of my favorite plays.
Yeah, a real classic.
Starring John Luffitz. It's great. He's very funny. But today the Browns put Wyatt Teller on IR. And it does feel like he's not going to play in the season finale. It does feel like there's a great potential that this is the last we've seen of Wyatt and Brown and Orange, given that he's going into free agency this offseason. And Kevin Stefanski spoke to that today.
For it to end with an injury for Wyatt. He fought rehab very hard to get back to play in that one, then aggravated that injury early in that game. So that was disappointing for him and for us. Obviously, played through a lot of injuries before in the past as well. Has played really good football for us. So, but disappointed that it ended, a week early.
So a lot of people saw this and said, well, we're disappointed in you for how you treated Wyatt. I'm more disappointed in Kevin when it comes to Wyatt because I don't think Kevin was behind the benching of Wyatt Teller, but he didn't stop it. And I will say, like that to me, it's one thing that the front office is pushing this stuff on me, and I can only do so much. Yeah, okay, but when it comes to something like how you treat a almost 10-year veteran who's been the backbone of your offensive line, who's been one of the hearts of your locker room, like this, I don't bash Kevin for saying this because he did this. I bashed him because he didn't stop the front office from doing it.
Yeah, I didn't like how he phrased it. He made it a little bit more clear in the audio. I didn't like at the end, and it just caused it disappointing. It's like when I feel like you have control over something, then to make that the claim just seemed a little off. I saw Carly's Instagram post or TikTok post yesterday, and that made it seem like that was almost. This is almost as good as done.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot to this story that is going to sit in a very uneasy way for a lot of fans, as it rightfully should.
And I think that's why
you shouldn't treat people this way.
So, and I think that's my frustration with Andrew Berry sticking here. And that was another Fowler thing that Andrew Berry's not operating like a GM that's going anywhere. So it seems like it would be a surprise if Andrew Berry got fired this next week. I think my only problem. Okay, there's a lot of problems you can have because of the Deshaun stuff, because of roster construction. Mm-hmm. I think the only for all the other stuff on some level I can forgive, because for every bad trade, I have a Tyson Campbell. For every bad trade, I have an Amari Cooper. You do have incredible draft classes last year.
At least we have those, by the way. For a while, we didn't have those.
The idea that Andrew might have been behind how Wyatt was treated really does upset me. And that honestly, again, that's not logic talking. That is emotion. That is fandom. But to me is
some logic built in there.
As fireable as anything else.
But there is some logic built in there, because anyone with a brain could sit back and say, why are you rotating with Tevin Jenkins? Like, this doesn't make sense, especially when Tevin Jenkins is not going to be on the team next year, more likely than not as well. Maybe you give him a deal, but you don't have to.
NFL complaints and LeBron being wistful. Leading off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
complaints with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Happy New Year, everybody, and a new year brings a new us, Baskin & Phelps, not only on 92.3 The Fan, weekdays from 10 to 2, but now on our YouTube channel live. You can watch us, listen to us, anything you need to do. It's Baskin & Phelps on the YouTube channel, and we come back on the most important Monday of the year, the first day after the NFL regular season. Baskin & Phelps, YouTube, and 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock coming up in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you on Afternoon Drive. We haven't gotten to Ashley's piece on Jim Schwartz and how he is kind of openly stated he'd like to be a head coach again and how that might impact the Browns head coaching search. And that's something we'll do coming up in the next hour. We also have to get into Ohio State in Miami. Jax has a pretty wild theory that we might let him espouse as well, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Well, last week people complained about the Christmas Day slate of NFL games, so naturally today, Mad Dog Russo complained about the Sunday slate after Christmas on Get Up on ESPN.
Hold on with the NFL schedule. Week 18 of the NFL schedule. I understand they didn't have a lot to work with games. They left NBC and they left CBS and Fox with absolutely nothing on Sunday. There's nothing to watch. The Sunday night game is fine, but there's nothing in the daytime to watch. They gave all the good games to the prime time. You got to leave one of these games here for Sunday afternoon at 4:30.
Why?
Because I want to sit there and watch. It's the last week of the year. I got to have something to watch. There is nothing to watch on Sunday.
And you watched it. I have to say this.
That was very funny, though.
I think you complain about the Christmas Day slate, then you complain about the Sunday slate. I think complaining about the Sunday slate, when we know that the NFL's trying their damnedest to make Christmas an NFL day, I think it's hack. What say you?
This is what the Week 18 always ends up being, though. This is it. Like there's good games on the schedule, but they're not going to look like good games because the players that matter in these games aren't going to actually play. Like Chargers Broncos should be a fun game. Justin Herbert's not going to play because he's injured, and so Week 18 doesn't matter, and so why do it like that? But that on the schedule looks like a good game. Hell, even Bears Lions looks like a good game. I'm sorry, the Lions crapped the bed here. That's not a bad game though. Caleb Williams versus Jared Goff, like that's not a bad game. I think Mad Dog is he's complaining to complain is what this is.
I think that's exactly what complaining about end of the year games are. And here's my problem with it. The problem is there's a kernel of validity in what he's saying, but the NFL and it's not just the NFL, the NBA does this too. Major League Baseball's had their way running it tanking. Tanking is this great big evil, and nobody talks about the fact that half of the games in Week 18 don't matter. That's not even the fault of tanking.
Well, and so
that's more the fault of teams that are like, well, we're going to rest up for the round one of the playoffs.
Right, but there are games that matter this week. It's just what he's trying to highlight here is that they're all in the prime time, right? Like the Panthers-Bucks game matters. That's at 4:30 on Saturday. The Seahawks-49ers game matters. That's at Saturday night. And then the Ravens-Steelers game is Sunday night. I'd rather have those games prime time, though.
Right? You just got to take a gummy. If you take a gummy, you just take a gummy, you'll be fine.
But don't you want to actually watch these games?
I'm going to watch every one of the games.
No. If they put Ravens Steelers on at 1 o'clock, we'd have to watch it while also watching the Browns game.
Yeah.
And that's just not nearly as much fun. Like I want the primetime window for the game that's going to decide the AFC North.
Omaha!
He'll never live down that just eat a gummy thing, will he?
No, I loved it. It's my favorite thing he's done.
He
still pulls it out of occasionally.
I know. It's like a storied, fantastic radio career and a TV career now. And every time anyone thinks about him, it's just, will he eat a gummy?
By the way, because he won't just eat one. He's going to forget about it and then take another one. And then all of a sudden... That's how he sounds
I think
to
we
me.
all love the idea that he's so wound up all the time that I'm assuming he's taking like one of those melts in the couch type gummies.
Yeah,
and like the idea
but for
of that
him,
is really
it just
funny.
Takes him to like an 85
just a normal
instead
person level. He just all of a sudden becomes every normal person.
I can't remember who it was that crapped on Mad Dog. Somebody did on like a national level, and I was like, "Oh, you're wrong. He's fun."
He's fun. Even in describing what he was complaining about was still fun.
Yep.
I enjoyed it. I laughed. Who cares? All right. How much Oregon, Texas Tech? How much of this game is going to dictate if Dante Moore goes into the draft? It feels like that is the resounding thought right now, and whether or not he actually ends up going in the draft or doesn't. If he lays a stinker against Texas Tech, he'll then return back to Oregon because you can make a bunch of money still in the NIL. But if he puts up big numbers, then he's coming out in the draft. He's taking his top 5 selection, and that's the decision. Do you feel like this game and really the playoffs are dependent on what happens with Dante Moore's future?
Not just this game, but this is you got to win this one so you can go in the next one. I think he needs 2 wins. I think if you get to the championship and he looks really good in most of the games, you don't even have to look good in all the games. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Somebody's got to talk to this kid, though. Like,
you want him in or you want him out? I think you want him out.
Yeah, it's just the experience.
He's just too young. Yeah,
I think Dante,
I'm with you.
with more experience, can be an elite NFL quarterback. I think that's right now, because this class is just not looked upon the same way future classes is looked at. I think there's you got to get the money now, and it's like you got to start thinking about the second contract. What sets you up best for the second contract? Because that's where the money is, right? You can make money in college. You can make good money at that first contract in the NFL. The difference between those two things is not incredible. The difference between your first contract and second contract is. And that's what players have to start thinking about.
No, but that's what they race to, though. That's the difference there. They're racing. Because if you can make it at 23 instead of 24, it could be a $50 million difference.
But I think that what I'm saying is your chance, if you stay in and you actually, let's say you give yourself a 15% chance better to get that second contract, that's worth waiting.
Yes, if it is a 15% difference, but again, like that, they're all up against these races. Can I get there as soon as I can? Because that is everyone looks at it like a difference of what your rookie wage scale would be. No, the difference is what you'd be making in year 10 versus the initial part. And so I don't know. It all matters. It all comes in the equation.
The Lakers lost to the Pistons last night. More J.J. Redick talking out his ass. He
blamed the refs last night.
I'm just so over this Lakers team. Well, LeBron was asked about what advice he'd give to his younger self.
A lot of advice I would give him. I would just say, keep the main thing. Work hard. There's no substitute for hard work. I think hard work and dedication, if you want to be great, won't pay off. Keep the blinders on. As much as they praise you, it's even triple, quadruple of people trying to bring you down and want to tear you down every single day. So protect your family, protect your mental space. I mean, it's a lot more, but just go out and just have fun, enjoy the ride, because you never know when it comes to an end. So it goes fast.
It's weird to me that he would give you never know when the ride's going to be over when this is your 23rd season.
Yeah, I mean, he knows the ride is over at the end of the season, more likely than not.
But there was a lot of good advice in there, and that the last part, I was like...
Well, I wasn't happy with keep the main thing, but then he really got there in a nice way.
But it was like the Green Day song, I Hope You Had the Time of Your Life. That's where we went with that last little bit. It's like, LeBron, you've been playing for 23 years. I think you can tell him exactly, it's going to be 23 years, so make it count, buddy.
I think maybe he meant physically, though. Like, you never know, like even though he's still playing, you never know when your apex drops off. Or am I giving him too much credit here?
I think you're giving him too much credit.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm surprised he answered it as well as he did. Not because he's not filled with great answers, but if asked that question, I would just think it'd be tedious to kind of answer.
Is there any bit of that advice that you would give to younger Jonathan Peterlin?
I don't think it's applicable. I don't think me and LeBron are the same in any sort of way. I don't think it's applicable.
Everything he said was applicable.
I know.
He didn't say avoid the decision.
I'm going to have 3 times as many haters as people that like me, all these things. Like,
you do work in sports talk. That is how this goes.
We're me and LeBron, different people. What did you find applicable?
I do think...
Like put the blinders on?
It goes quick. I think put the blinders on. Don't care what people think.
He's lived like 7 lifetimes in the last 20 years. Yeah, it's insane to think about how many lives he's actually lived in 20 years.
It's weird. Like, I'm really bummed that this is how LeBron's going to go out with an organization that could not care less about him. That bums me out. At the same point, I was like thinking about this the other day. I'm like, I don't remember what the NBA is like without LeBron. Because he's been in the NBA since I was in high school.
The problem there is that LeBron is the NBA did a poor job of making that transition better for everybody, because they kept putting Steph on TV, they kept putting LeBron on TV, they kept putting Kevin Durant on TV, and just until the previous year did they start highlighting other players. We're supposed to be thinking about Wemby a ton, and we're starting to do that because they recognize this is the problem they're falling into. But we're supposed to already kind of just pushed him off to the corner, and we haven't. It hasn't happened, and the NBA's failed us that that way.
And it just fails.
Yeah, I mean, they do. In many ways, they just do.
It's not a good time to... listen, I'm not going to get on my soapbox. It's New Year's Eve. I got it. But, man, can I just tell you? NBA just stinks right now. And I hate that it stinks right now. Sorry, young man. I know Jax disagrees.
One thing that Dan Lanning thinks could use an upgrade and could stop stinking less is this college football playoff overhaul. He's got a reason and a way that he thinks this whole playoff could be just a little bit better.
There's clearly a better way, and I think it really starts with the season moving up and the playoffs not having. I mean, how many days, coach, is it for you between us and your last game? Yeah, ultimately, in my mind, the vision for this should be, every playoff game should be played every single weekend until you finish the season. Ideally, the season, even if it means we start week 0, where you eliminate a bye, the season ends January 1st. This should be the last game. It should be the championship, right? And in that sense, we've given up some of our days, right, to the NFL. We said, you guys get to have this day. You get to have this day. You get to have this day. Saturday should be sacred for college football, right? And every Saturday through the month of December should belong to college football, in my opinion.
I think he's totally right. I think the layoff and the amount of time off in between, I think we lose some of the juice that you had built up in college football. It feels like it's almost a different season than what the regular season is. And I don't love that. In no other sport do we have this big of a layoff between the regular season and when the playoffs actually get underway.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Yeah. And by the way, I think if you do it this way, you might be able to alter the transfer portal just a little bit different so that, again, the timelines aren't so, I guess, frenetic compared to each other. I think Dan Lanning, I was prepared to hear something stupid from Dan Lanning, and I thought he nailed it.
I think it makes a bunch of sense. Yeah.
I'm borderline impressed. I like Dan Lanning, but that was... Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I've always been team Dan Lanning as well. But yeah, it just makes the most amount of sense. Like, just think practically about this. It feels like they'll never do it because they like occupying a little bit more space into the calendar. But the product would be better. People's intrigue would be better. And I get they're scared of the NFL, but if the games are primo and the interest is still there, you're going to have big numbers. Your college football, you don't have to be. You're not eating at some sort of dinner without any actual meal to it.
Yeah, I just think like the layoff between the championship week and the playoffs is too long. And I honestly think if you just turned all of it, I think if you also had a G5 playoff where all of the other bowls kind of became part of that as well, I think that would make it really interesting. Like, I think there are a lot of really easy fixes for college football. It's just nobody seems to want to do it because they're too focused on, well, how much money can we make and how can we maximize the money instead of, well, let's maximize the money and let's maximize the interest all at the same time.
Well, and to be fair to them, they've had like 40 years of advancements in like 3 years. So maybe they're not trying to do everything at once, but why stop there? If you're going to do it, you're going to rip the Band-Aid off. You might as well keep just ripping the Band-Aid off.
But you had 40 years advancements in 3 years because you put it off for 40 years.
No, I know. And I would say keep going is what I would say. I say like it shouldn't stop you. If you're going to make all these changes, this can't be the one that gets in your way. Keep going.
Ohio State, Miami, next on 92.3 The Fan.
everybody, it's Ken Carmen.
And Anthony Lima.
We'd like to thank you,
the 92.3 The Fan listeners,
for making us your #1 station all year long.
And we're wishing you all a happy holiday season.
And a fantastic new year ahead from all of us here at The Fan.
And don't forget to tune your radios to 92.3 The Fan.
Every weekday from 6 to 10 a.m. And as always, you can listen live and on demand on the free Odyssey app. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Happy holidays from us, too. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Ashley Bastock.
Oh, we can do the promo now if you want.
Hey, guys, it's Nick.
And Jonathan.
And we just want to say, from our hearts to your hearts, happy holidays, guys.
And enjoy the festive new year. Be safe out there.
And don't forget, every day you can listen to 92.3 The Fan on terrestrial radio. We got... YouTube?
YouTube. I got nothing else.
This is why they didn't ask us to do it.
We love you.
Yeah. Hearts. That's a really good use of that, Jack.
There we go. Good job. Hey, drop those corn emojis.
Get them going.
Drop those corn emojis. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everybody. However...
From us at 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, we didn't... Wait. Should we do the unison thing? Because you got to do the unison thing. From us at 92.3 The Fan. Oh, look at that. Whew, nailed that like a split hog. Miami, Ohio State, how we feeling? Vibe check.
Do you need to get your Abella Danger jokes off first, or do you just want to rotate them in as the segment goes?
I think we're going to go organically on this one.
Are we going to have, like, you know how when the Chiefs play, you have Taylor Swift watch, and everyone's like, how many times is Taylor Swift going to be shown throughout a game?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing tonight with Abella Danger?
I think instead of showing her in the crowd, they should just show clips of her work.
Well, I think that's an easy way to not have the game get broadcasted.
I don't mean mid-work. I mean maybe like a precursor. She's walking up, like the pizza delivery guys walking up to the building,
and
that
then
kind of thing.
Just cuts off from there.
And then she opens the door, and then it's like, that's Abella Danger.
You know somebody's going to put out there, and this goes right in line with dropping those corn emojis. Somebody's going to put out there like the spike in Abella Danger like searches after this game, and it's going to be like plus 1,200% or something.
Do you think it's better if Miami loses for her searches or for her searches, or
crying Abella Danger?
Yeah.
After like a pivotal interception, and she looks like she is the display of sad college football fan.
Yeah.
But then the broadcast has to be like, oh, just a young undergrad at Miami having a bad day, instead of like the reality, which is it's just there's your corn star.
Yeah, a star. That's all I heard. So Ohio State's 10-point favorites, 9.5-point favorites.
See, the lack of seriousness in this game is kind of the vibe of this game.
So it's weird. I don't really fear Miami.
Nobody does. That's the problem.
I do kind of fear bad Ohio State showing up.
Well, so I think the read on this one is pretty simple. Ohio State is a much more talented team, and Carson Beck is fine. They looked all right in the game against Texas A&M. That we can basically just say Texas A&M not as good of a football team as everybody thought. That happens every single year. And the game was incredibly windy. It was what it was, but like nobody's really scared they're going to lose tonight, but that also has me scared saying that.
So, yeah, I guess my thing is this is the next test of the Ohio State offense, and I just there's something about that Indiana game that is stuck in my craw. I don't think the offensive line's good enough, and I don't think the run game's good enough, and I think Julian Sain can single-handedly with Tate and with Jeremiah Smith, I think he can single-handedly beat Miami. But it's going to be a much closer game if you can't run the ball or if you can't protect Julian the same way.
But if I was Miami, I would want to do what Indiana did in the Big Ten title game. It's going to have to be like a 13-10 game.
Yeah.
You're not going to score a bunch of points. Carson Beck he can't do it against this Ohio State defense. The difference for me is this Ohio State defense, you have 4 different guys in the first round this year in the NFL draft that start on that defense that are incredible. There's talent everywhere. There's too many good players on the defensive side of the ball for Carson Beck.
Okay, so yes, but when it comes to the Miami side of things, they are the 11th defense in the country according to PFF, and Ruben Bain is real. Like, Ruben Bain is a dude that can take this game and take it from a 10-point game to a 3-point game in the home stretch, and if it's that close, you got a chance to lose it.
That's got to be the recipe. Like, they have to do what Mendoza did in many ways, which is you just kind of hang around, and then you're going to have to make sure that your defense takes care of not only Sayin, but also Bo Jackson as well, and you just kind of keep yourself in it.
Be prepared for this take on social media tonight, potentially. That I don't know why I I couched it like that. No, be prepared for this take on social media tonight.
Okay.
You know, if the Browns do stick at 7 and Ruben Bain falls, he's an edge rusher. You need an heir apparent to Miles. I wouldn't hate it. At least one tweet.
And then I yell at everybody for saying we're going offense in this draft. Please, we're going offense.
I mean, you got a lot of time. You got some salary cap. You can find ways to build
There are some really interesting things about this game. Ryan Day as the play caller is fascinating to me. Also, are they going to do what they've done in recent years in the playoff under Ryan Day's time there, which is you let the governor off the quarterback? And like, so are you going to let Julian Sayin be...
You want Julian Sayin to cook?
Yeah, you're going to let him throw the ball down the field. You know, essentially is the question. Are they going to let him actually throw the ball? I mean, you have you have the best receiver duo in the country, and it's not even close in Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate. Are you going to throw deep to him? What are you going to do in that regard? Or are you going to do what they've been doing the majority of the year, which is just kind of, humming and hawing with that offense?
I think that's a good point because Ryan Day leading up to the Michigan game had said for a while, hey, we got things we haven't put out there on the tape yet. We've been kind of saving some stuff, which did line up with how the playoffs went last year. The problem is you never really saw it against Indiana. I thought Ryan Day really turtled against Indiana. I thought they lost primarily because of his clock management at the end of the first half. And certainly, I mean, that long plotting drive in the fourth quarter that went nowhere, if those two things don't happen or if they're handled better, I think Ohio State wins that game. And so to me, my biggest frustration with the Indiana loss wasn't that Indiana won. It's that Ohio State lost. Like I came away from that. Listen, Indiana's impressive. I'm not trying to Mendoza's a good football player. Signetti is a lot of what people loved about Nick Saban. Like that is a great football coach. That's a tough team, great in the trenches, really good team. Do I think they're better than Ohio State? No. And did I think they were better than Ohio State in that game? No.
No, but
I think Ryan Day, all over himself, and I don't trust him to not do it again in the playoffs.
See, I never looked at it as, whatting all over himself. I looked at it as he just was holding everything back. And maybe that's giving him too much credit there as well. But it felt like to me, he's like, all right, we had a chance of meeting up with Indiana one more time. If we win the game, great, but I'm not going to make this the end-all, be-all. And when we get to the playoffs, that's what's going to happen. And so, again, you go back to C.J. Stroud in the game against Georgia, just unleashes. Will Howard last year in the playoff, just unleashed. And I hope, this might just be a hope, but I'm hoping that that's what happens with Sayin today.
So maybe that's what this game really represents. One, I don't love the idea of we don't need to win the Big Ten championship. That bugs me. That should still have, being the number one seed should still have some sort of meaning. I know they only fell down to the 2 spot. I get it. But I do think that should matter to you more. But I think this game will tell you then. If they were just kind of sleepwalking through Indiana because, we just don't want to get hurt and we don't want to turn this into a shootout. We just want to kind of make it through this unscathed. And then this game, then you should blow Miami out. You are. I mean,
yeah.
I think you have problematic things on how your O-line is built, and I don't think you run the ball particularly well. And Julian can have a oopsie interception or two like we saw against Indiana, but your defense is so good, you should just blow Miami off the map.
Well, that's the point. The defense is so good.
But if you lose, then we get confirmation that Indiana, you didn't sleepwalk through Indiana. They were a better team than you.
If you lose, then we go to the idea that you played Texas in week 1, and then all the way from Texas to Indiana, you didn't play enough good teams, and so we just overrated you. Is basically what happened there.
216-474-0092. Are Bucs fans sleeping on the Miami matchup tonight? It's a 10-point game in the a second round of the playoffs matchup here in the Cotton Bowl. Now Jax is going to walk us through. He's got a conspiracy. Is it a conspiracy? He's got a theory on how tonight's loss, if they lose, could lose them more than just a playoff game. Jax?
Yeah, so a couple days ago at the Cotton Bowl Media Day, Jeremiah Smith was talking to the media, and a reporter asked him this question here. I'll play it for you.
Ooh, what a setup.
Miami had won or played in games like this before you signed out of high school. Would your decision may have been different?
Most likely, yeah. I'll probably end up going to Miami if things was on the right track then and there. But I chose to stick with Ohio State.
So this got my mind just twirling. Is there a chance that if Ohio State loses this game to Miami, that Jeremiah Smith is they made it to where Ohio State is at, we're even now. I wanted to go here before, but they just weren't good enough. They weren't as good as Ohio State. You got Hartline leaving. kind of worried that Jeremiah Smith is going to transfer out of Ohio State and go to Miami if they lose this game.
Look at selling. You know what? I'm proud of you.
And he's wearing a Jeremiah Smith jersey right now too.
I'm
like you love Jeremiah Smith more than most people do.
Before we attack the question,
I don't want to really attack it because he's very nice.
I got to say, you set up the sound really well.
Yeah.
Better than like half the people on the station.
That's true. You did a good job there.
You came right out of it.
Wait. He's buttering you up now. He's going to weigh into this one.
No butter. Because I've always thought Jack's going to be a good producer, good board op, maybe a good 2020 guy. I heard a little host there, buddy boy. I did. I'd like, seriously, like you set it up well. You paid it off. You have your take. You got through it quickly.
Right, stop kissing his butt. Get to the point.
Your opinion is asinine. I mean, just embarrassing. It's not happening.
Thank you. It's insane.
Why is it not?
I love you, but it's insane.
They paid $4.5 in NIL to Carson Beck.
I think it was like 6, actually. I think it was more than 4.5.
They're going to fork up the money for Jeremiah Smith, and it's his hometown.
Ohio State won't?
Ohio State will, but it's also his hometown, and he just admitted that he would have gone to Miami if they were at the same level as Ohio State.
They weren't.
And we just lost Brian Hartline.
Yeah, okay.
That was the main reason he chose Ohio State.
Well, yeah, but now he's got one more year to the NFL draft. Why would you danger that? You don't. Sorry,
we don't even know.
Why would you danger that?
Yeah. We don't even know who Miami's quarterback is going to be next year.
Now that we can't match. If they say we'll give you $6 million in money, and a Bella Danger for a full year.
Carson Beck got it.
Yeah,
Jeremiah Smith's going to be.
Well, no, he had the twins first. The Cavalier twins.
I think he had a twin. I don't think he had both the twins.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
They weren't a package deal.
You only got one. They really sold it like it was the two of them.
That's true.
Right, guys?
That's true.
No, but we don't even know who their quarterback's going to be next year.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. But the last 2 years, they went and got Cam Ward. They went and got Carson Beck. Who's to say they...
Okay, but
I think they're going to end up with Brendan Sorsby is who I think they're going to end up with.
Oof. He's fine, but oof. So, okay, I think that's a point. So I think the point is you've been in Columbus for 2 years now. You're 1 year away from maybe being a number one pick next year. Probably worst case scenario if there are four good quarterbacks. He was pissed
he didn't win the Biletnikoff Award. Maybe he uses that against him, Jax. Maybe he's like, Ohio State couldn't even win me the Biletnikoff this year.
That is as thin as John Fanta trying to flip-flop on. He was pissed. But
he was pissed.
It's not why he's going to leave Ohio State for Miami.
He won Big Ten Receiver of the Year. Makai Lemon won Biletnikoff. That doesn't make sense. They're both in the Big Ten.
Yeah, Jeremiah was very mad about it.
He has a right to
side. A quick sidebar of the conversation we're having. We were really cooking with gas there for a minute.
Were we?
Yeah. Jack's kind of lost it.
Were we?
That a Bella Danger thing, that's a real offer. $6 million and her. He's watched the tape. I'm assuming everybody's watched the tape. So
I don't know. Him saying he would have chose Miami if they were winning how Ohio State was winning at the time. If they knock off Ohio State in this game, I think that's something to be very worried about if you're an Ohio State fan.
I don't think it is, because here's what you should remember. You still have Julian Sayin. You still have Ryan Day. You still are more likely to win a national championship next year than Miami. Any number that they put out there, you can presumably match or beat. And he's 1 year away from the greatest payday of his life going to the NFL. Why would you leave a quarterback you've had a lot of success with to then go for, I don't know, Brendan freaking Sorsby?
So I think the argument that Jax is trying to make here is if you've had it as a childhood dream and it's something you've always wanted to accomplish, you can't put a price on that. If from 5 years old on, he always wanted to wear the U and be at the U, you can't put a price on that. And if his favorite wide receivers coach that got him there and everything that mattered to him is now gone, you
don't think it's going to happen?
No, I don't.
You're doing devil's advocate because you like Jax.
Doesn't have the same attachment to it there. You can't put a price on playing for your hometown team.
I think you can. And I think it's whatever Ohio State be willing to pay.
Well, we already said they can match that. Have you seen Mike Ruiz, the Miami booster that basically just throws money at everyone's problems?
Isn't that the guy from Levitard?
It's the same name.
Oh, same name.
Same name.
Not same guy.
No, not same guy.
Oh.
Same name. One is way wealthier than the other.
I thought it was John Ruiz. I don't know. Ruiz. What did he say?
I didn't say he said anything. I just said he's got a lot of money.
Oh, okay.
He's got more. Yeah. He's got more than enough money to play in these in the Ohio State pool that we're talking about.
I don't think he's outbidding Ohio State. 216.
No, but even still.
474-0092. Are Ohio State fans sleeping on Miami? And are you like Jax? Are you afraid of losing Jeremiah Smith to the Miami Hurricanes if you lose this game as well? Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, had a great write-up on why Jim Schwartz still wants to be a head coach and what that could mean for the Browns as they might be looking for that next head coach. She joins us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Treatments for men and women, and the only company I would trust to restore my hair. Give them a call, 216-370-7980. This year, look and feel better about yourself and restore your hair. Go to vanscoyhair.com, 216-370-7980 for your free consultation right now.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up in about 40 minutes, as he does all football season long. We'll talk Kevin Stefanski's future. The Mike McDaniel thing, I think, is interesting. That I think we can obviously get to Ross with. Do want to pass this along. Ed Gallick tweeting out of Fox 8 within the last hour that ground stop has now been lifted at Hopkins Airport. FAA had posted departures to Cleveland. They had been grounded due to a bomb threat. This might affect some of the departure times out there, so if you're traveling today, travel safe, especially as you head out there to Hopkins Airport. So check out Ed's Twitter there for the latest on that one. With that being said, our next guest wrote an interesting one-on-one with Jim Schwartz, where Jim Schwartz stated he would like to be a head coach again in the NFL, and that obviously leads us to the conversation about whether or not Jim Schwartz would be a candidate to replace Kevin Stefanski if he is let go or they part ways with him. Post this Bengals game on Sunday to talk with her about her piece on Jim Schwartz, which you can read on Cleveland.com. Browns beat reporter Ashley Bastock now on the Fan Hotline. Ashley, first off, incredible stuff on the Jim Schwartz piece.
Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Well, we're very, very happy to have you on, especially with the timing of this. Now, there's a lot we can get to. I do want to get to, though, the Jeremy Fowler thing on Mike McDaniel. Just point blank, next year, who do you think would be a better head coach for the Browns, Kevin Stefanski or Mike McDaniel?
You know, I would still say Kevin Stefanski. I know some Browns fans probably are just so desperate for a change, but, you know, throughout the year I've talked about when the Browns have struggled, right, there's been this sense of calm and steadiness, and I do think very much that comes from Kevin Stefanski, and players outright say that comes from Kevin Stefanski. And whenever I would point that out, I would say, look, there's teams in this league that are worse off than the Browns right now, and one of the first teams I would always say was the Miami Dolphins, right, where you were constantly hearing about players-only meetings and the messaging being all over the place and Tua Tagovailoa calling out his teammates. So I would still say Kevin Stefanski in that situation, even though I'm sure there are some Browns fans who would disagree with me.
Do you feel like it's a necessity that the Browns do go offensive-minded when they go for this coaching search?
You know, I don't know if I would say it's a necessity, but it is interesting, right? Because I keep coming back to there are two main coordinators here in Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees. And what are the Browns going to do? Because you think about a lot of the main head coaching names that are going to be, I think, very sought after in this coaching cycle, like a Jesse Minter, right? He's a younger defensive-minded head coach. Chris Shula is another one from that McVay tree that you keep hearing about. So if you go defensive-minded, or even like a Robert Saleh, right, who they had interest in back in 2020, if you go defensive-minded, are you prepared to let Jim Schwartz walk? I don't think that's the best course of action given what he's done with this defense, what he's done with Myles Garrett here. And the flip side of that is so many teams, though, are looking for that young offensive mind. That has been the trend in the league. My joke is everyone's always trying to find their Sean McVay, right? So the other interesting part of this is Tommy Rees is so well thought of in this building, and the way people talk about him as like this offensive sort of savant, and he obviously worked with Nick Saban. He's calling plays here now. He's called plays at Alabama and Notre Dame in college. Like, I feel like they don't want Tommy Rees to leave either. And when you're talking about the two coordinators, your offensive and defensive coordinator, and not wanting either to leave, then what would you do? If you decide to switch directions, would you want to promote one of them? I don't know. I don't know that you need an offensive guy, but the Tommy Rees question is a really interesting one, because do you want to bring an outside or offensive guy in when you already really like Tommy Rees and what he's done in theory? So that's where it gets kind of tricky.
Yeah, I thought you kind of covered this. I listened to you guys on the Brown and Orange talk. I'm actually butchering that, Orange and Browns podcast for Cleveland.com.
Yeah.
And I
Were
thought
you going to correct him, though, Ashley? I don't know.
I was going to correct him. So people can find the pod. They can look for it.
It's a very good pod. You're very thorough. But I thought you guys did a great job of just breaking down, here's why Jim Schwartz would make sense, maybe here more so than anywhere else, but here's also why Tommy Rees would make sense. Do you get a sense that maybe the Browns would lean one way or another in bumping one of those guys up if, again, Kevin Stefanski isn't back next year?
I don't really have a sense between those two guys. I'll just reiterate again. I think they really, really like both of those guys, right? And to your point, Nick, what you referenced there about why would Jim Schwartz be a more palatable option here than somewhere else? Look, I think Jim Schwartz deserves another chance to be a head coach, in my opinion, from everything he's done here. The problem is these trends across the league. A 59-year-old defensive coordinator is not going to be as easy of a sell to an outside fan base, I don't think, no matter how good he is. And sometimes when you're just out of that head coaching seat for so long, Jim hasn't been a head coach since 2013, it's hard to get back in. It's hard to get back in that discussion. He didn't make any major headlines after the 2023 season when the Browns went to the playoffs, right? So I think he'd be more palatable here, just because even though they've had 2 losing seasons in a row, which is also working against him, I think, across the league, maybe unfairly given how well the defense has played, that I think they understand everything he's done and everything he's brought. And Andrew Berry loves Jim Schwartz, right? Those 2 crossed paths in Philadelphia. I think his influence was huge in getting him here in the first place in 2023. And then Tommy Rees, look, colleges have already come calling for Tommy Rees, and we know he's interviewed for some of these head coaching jobs. He's made some headlines, including last year when they interviewed him for the UNC job before it went to Bill Belichick. So I think we've already seen them want to get these guys and keep these guys in the building. So I don't know that they would be leaning one way or the other. But the interesting thing about if you hire another head coach, are you going to tell that person, okay, but you have to keep Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees, or are you going to give them unilateral ability to make their decisions on their staff? It's a tough question, I think.
What would you do?
What would I do? I think if you were going to make a change, I think right now I would still stick with Kevin Stefanski. First of all, I think that would be my number one choice, really and truly. And I think it is because they do seem to be in a good spot with their offensive and defensive coordinator. Kevin Stefanski is more in that CEO head coach role right now. And I think he deserves a shot to coach this team when they have a stable quarterback position. I think people don't really understand how unstable it's been. Even back to 2023, this team started 5 quarterbacks. They started 4 last year. They've started 3 this year. There's been so many offensive line injuries. And when I talked to Jim Schwartz for that story, that was kind of his defense of Kevin Stefanski too, which I thought was interesting. And then I guess if we're going the other route and saying I have to make a change, which GM Ashley, I personally don't know that I'm there yet. I don't think I am. That's an interesting call. My gut says Jim Schwartz, and maybe it's because I just did this big story on him that I'm more open to that opportunity with him than I think a lot of other people are. But I think what he's done with this defense, especially in losing seasons, is just remarkable. I think he would handle being a head coach differently than when he was with the Lions. We talked about that in the story, and he talked about now having this understanding that, hey, not all head coaching jobs are created equal. And I think the way Myles Garrett talks about him, he called it an honor and a privilege to play for him. He said that Jim Schwartz has helped him take his game to the heights that we see today. And look, we all know Myles Garrett does not keep praise like that on coaches when they are not deserving. I've sat in press conferences where he's called out Joe Woods before, right? So that to me is not nothing.
Ashley, looking to the quarterback position, do you think Shedeur has done enough to solidify himself as maybe the front of the mix right now for 2026? And how much impact do you think the Cincy game will have on that conversation?
It's an interesting question because I think, like, the Cincy game, one way or the other, like, they shouldn't say, okay, what we've seen in these prior 6.5 games means nothing because of what happened in Cincinnati in a meaningless football game, essentially, right? But the interesting thing is, like, I would say right now, from how I look at things, he does seem to have the inside track for a few reasons. Like, number one, their draft positioning doesn't seem to be that good. Like, we could just say right now, like, Fernando Mendoza is probably going to be a Raider, right? Like, that's what it seems like it is trending towards. So if you're not there to get a Fernando Mendoza type of guy and you're in, like, the 6th spot, like, maybe you are better served getting a really good receiver or a really good tackle, something like that. And if you don't draft somebody really high, then I think, like, Shedeur is in the front of that race, right? That's what it would seem like to me. But the caveat to all of this is, hey, what happens, like, when free agency starts? Like, would they go after a different bridge guy? Like, we don't know any of those things, but I would say right now, given what Shedeur has shown, coupled with what their draft positioning is, it is going to be easiest for them to have him be in that driver's seat for that spot.
What will you call it? It's not a collapse. I know it's not a collapse. But what would you call it if Myles Garrett doesn't get the sack record on Sunday?
Oh, my gosh. I don't know. That's an interesting question. This is getting very big picture here, philosophical almost. A huge, I don't know. I don't know what I would call it. I guess it would be kind of a collapse, right?
I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
For it than that.
Okay,
I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't think it's not going to happen. I should say. I don't think he's not going to get it. Like, I would be shocked.
But we also wouldn't have thought that. We also wouldn't have thought with 3 games remaining in the previous 2 that he'd only end up with half a sack or whatever that's been.
Yeah, I mean, that part of it is sort of true, but I will say I went into the Steelers game last week very wary of him getting that record just because I thought the Steelers would do what they did. Like, Aaron Rodgers would be so worried about getting sacked that he would get rid of the ball super fast, which is what he did against these guys the first time when not only Myles didn't sack him, nobody sacked him in that week 6 game or whatever it was.
I know, but Myles didn't feel that way, though. In the pregame, he basically called it all but a certainty to the television cameras. So, like, he went in there thinking he was going to get it.
My counter to that is, like, what is he supposed to say in the pregame interview?
I mean,
like,
but it was very. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all.
Of course he's going to be confident. Of course he's going to be confident and want to get it. I think, like, matchup-wise, we know what the Browns look like against the Bengals and what Myles has done against Joe Burrow. That's, I think, the quarterback he sacked the most in his career.
But how will we phrase it, though? If Joe Burrow decides that the only thing that matters to him on Sunday is doing what Aaron Rodgers did, I don't think Joe Burrow's built this way, by the way. But, like, if he decides the only thing that matters to him is doing the same thing Rodgers did and the same thing Josh Allen in the postgame talked about how they were doing everything in their power to not have the sack and not have the sack record against him. If Joe Burrow cares about that, how will this be viewed when it's all said and done? As then 3 quarterbacks in a row essentially played keep away to stop him from getting the record.
I mean, I think collapse is probably a fair word, right? Like, I don't know, we might have to get out a thesaurus and look at some synonyms that, if there's anyone that works better, but yeah, I mean, at this point, it would be a huge, like, a disappointment, obviously. Like, I think it would be a disappointment for Myles. It'd be a disappointment for the defense, all of those things. Like, people have really been hanging their hats on the possibility of him breaking this record, and it would still be, obviously, such a huge accomplishment for all of them and not just Myles. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would be a very surprising disappointment if it didn't happen at this stage.
Ashley, Wyatt Teller got put on the IR today, ending his season and potentially his time in Cleveland. I know he talked to you guys today on the media. There's been a weird, will he play, won't he play, is he injured, is he not injured kind of thing going back here. What are the odds you think Wyatt actually still might be back next year for Brown and Orange?
Well, look, I would say never, especially when it's, a veteran guy who's been here and given a lot. But, I mean, it certainly right now just has a feel like the writing is on the wall. I think in their minds, they need to get younger at this O-line in general. Like, it kind of is due for a bit of a remaking. This group has been together. This core group has been together for such a long time now. But I will say, talking to Wyatt throughout the course of this season, and, we talked to him right before the trade deadline, and he offered up, he was very adamant about wanting to retire here. And he still said that today. And I think, though, today when you talk to him, you can sense that uncertainty, and that it's certainly, he talked about being emotional a little bit last week, just being on the field, and, you kind of do start to think about it could be the last time. So I would say never, but it would be more surprising to me if he is back at this point than if he is not, just from the tone we are getting. And then, coupled with, was he hurt? Was he not hurt? Why was he splitting series with Kevin Jenkins, before the calf really acted up? That was all weird. And that to me was kind of the writing being on the wall in some sense. So that's kind of how I feel about it sitting here today.
Ashley, to circle back to Shedeur, when we talked about him previously, anytime we praise him, people say we're giving him too much credit. So we try to put a name on who we think he can be. If by the end of next year or 2027 he maxes out kind of, I don't say his abilities, but if he becomes the better version of himself. And I said somewhere between Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins. That's the 40th pick in the draft, and I think Kirk was a fourth rounder, but two really high-level quarterbacks that I don't think were ever top 6 quarterbacks in the NFL. What would, I don't want to say comp, but where would you kind of, is there somebody in mind that you think, if this really goes as well as can be expected, this is who he is?
I said Trevor Lawrence, by the way, if that helps out as well.
Oh, Trevor Lawrence is interesting. The other name that I'm sure you guys have heard people use this for him is Jameis Winston, without quite the same cannon and maybe fewer interceptions. That to me is always also the comp that is interesting. Obviously not in their draft positioning, but just the style and the way they play, I think is an interesting one. I will say, though, I think he's not going to reach his peak for me, I don't think, next year, just because all across the league right now, right, we're seeing so many of these guys, how it can take years for them to catch on. Now, some guys, if you're a Caleb Williams, yeah, maybe it only takes a year or so, and then you're lighting it up. But here's the other thing, development is not linear at all. That's an Andrew Berryism that I think is so true. Look at the Washington Commanders this year. Look at Jaden Daniels, right? He was so amazing as a rookie. This year, all these injuries, can't stay healthy. Things kind of start to collapse down there, and suddenly it doesn't look like in year 2 what everyone thought. So I think bottom line, this stuff is just so hard to predict, and developing quarterbacks is not an exact science. I think for most of these guys, it does take not 1 or 2 years, but multiple years of their career down the road, and then you can finally start to talk about these draft classes, maybe realistically, maybe 5 years later, right? I feel we didn't truly have a full picture of the 2018 draft class until maybe last year, which is kind of wild to say when you think about it.
Ashley, incredible stuff with us as always. Great stuff in the Jim Schwartz piece. Happy New Year. Hope everything goes well for you, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock there, Cleveland.com. Again, read her piece on Jim Schwartz. Wanted to be an NFL head coach again. The Orange and Brown Talk podcast. They did a great breakdown on that as well. Got it right twice
Was it
now.
right? Yeah, okay,
Got
good.
it right
All
twice now. We'll react to what she had to say in 5 minutes on the Browns, and Jim Schwartz is a candidate for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Here first, we are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
They really, really like both of those guys, right? And to your point, Nick, what you referenced there about why would Jim Schwartz be a more palatable option here than somewhere else? Look, I think Jim Schwartz deserves another chance to be a head coach, in my opinion, from everything he's done here. The problem is these trends across the league. A 59-year-old defensive coordinator is not going to be as easy of a sell to an outside fan base, I don't think, no matter how good he is.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. Great stuff with her on her write-up on Jim Schwartz for Cleveland.com. She just joined us in the last segment there. We do have Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up in about 15 minutes. So what's interesting is I think she's spot on, and it's interesting how to a fan like Tennessee, I think you can sell Tommy Rees easier, Brown's offensive coordinator, than Jim Schwartz because of the profile. Young, offensive-minded. He's got the Saban stamp of approval, this, that, and the other.
Very easy to sell a lot of people to Tennessee.
Whereas I think here, I think Tommy Rees would be an easy sell on any other job. I think here, we've seen Jim Schwartz do what Jim Schwartz has done for 3 straight years.
Well, oddly enough, though, Jim Schwartz's connection with Tennessee should make that an easy sell as well.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
No, with Vrabel.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he was there that second run, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think here, Schwartz is the easier sell and probably should be.
It's an interesting spot. It's one of those things where I feel like if it ended up being Schwartz, I don't think the fan base would get really angry. I would question whether or not you're going to lose the advantage you have defensively with Schwartz, and I think that's something...
Because he can't just focus on being the defensive coordinator?
Yeah, and this, Nick. Like, when you see, whether it's defensive coordinators or offensive coordinators, I think about this with Josh McDaniels all the time. Like, some people are just good at what they are good at, you know? Mm-hmm. McDaniels a great offensive coordinator. He's done a great job with Drake May. I don't ever want him to be a head coach. Some people are just really good coordinators, and I think Jim Schwartz is that. He wasn't even a bad head coach when he was a head coach, but why are you going to take a strength of the team and then chance it? Because you're doing completely different jobs as a defensive coordinator and then as a head coach. And I just feel like you run the risk of then, in trying to make sure you don't lose the big picture, you lose the big picture.
I think it's going to be tough to find. If you fire Stefanski, and we need to keep saying that until they make a decision on Stefanski,
yeah,
I think you could do a lot worse than Jim Schwartz. I don't know you could do a lot better. I also think you could do a lot better than Jim Schwartz. I don't care about the age, by the way. I just think he would be now, okay, here's what I like.
You cared about it with Whittingham at 66.
That's because it's Michigan, and that's because 66 is different than 59.
I'm just looking for the clarification. I agree. I think that's because I think at 59 you're going till you're about 66 or 67. At 66 or 67, 8, 9. How far are you going? You taking this as your 73 or 74? How far are you taking this?
So okay, I don't look at the age is a complete negative because he's 59. And I do think, he is a leader of men. There's a reason, a guy like Miles, who's been hard to reach for some coaches, really has responded well to Jim Schwartz, but I think your point is best served. If I knew for a fact that taking him away from being a defensive coordinator wouldn't hurt the defense, I would be more apt to this. I just can't say that. And by the way, I'm not thrilled with what the offense has looked like under Tommy Rees. But I don't think it's all Tommy Rees's fault. I do think you've seen some growth here. It wouldn't upset me if they gave Tommy a real run at this as well.
Well, he would have to just blow their socks off in the interview process and do everything else, because I can't even say I like Tommy Rees. Tommy Rees is just a name everybody else seems to like.
Yeah, I like the profile of the candidate.
I like the profile, but I don't. There's nothing that he did in his job here where I'm like, that I need to see more of either.
But how could
he's been hamstrung? No, he's been hamstrung, but I'm also not going to give him a job based off of that either.
Do you think the offense has gotten better with Shedeur? Have you seen growth with the offense with Shedeur, despite taking away Quinshaw, despite taking away?
Like you're putting up 30 points a game, though.
Well, no, but I think this is if we're going to be favorable to Shedeur because of many situations.
It's a head coaching job, though. I don't have to give it to Tommy Rees in any sort of that. I don't have to do that.
Okay, but in fairness,
plus I told you before.
Should we care about what he did as OC? Should we just care about the profile?
Well, I've told you before, his profile actually is hurting him in my discussions because I think he's too close to Stefanski. I think the year and a half he spent with Stefanski is too close for Stefanski for me, and I would rid myself of that.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, listen, I would talk to both guys. I would definitely make sure you keep Schwartz, and it wouldn't bug me if you kept Schwartz and Tommy Rees with a new head coach. It wouldn't. I think it's I think you can change a lot just by changing the head coach. I don't think you have to. If the two changes here, right? Your four main coaching spots: head coach, OC, DC, and special teams. If the big things you change are the head coach and the special teams, I'm okay with that, depending on who that head coach is.
Would it change who you hire if they say, I want full control over all this, or do you go into there and you say, and this is something I really think Haslam's got to consider, like, do I enter the equation saying, listen, I'll give you full autonomy of your staff, but we don't talk about defensive coordinator?
No, 100%, yeah. I do everything, including financially, that I can do to keep Jim Schwartz here. And I think you have to appeal to Jim that even if, let's say, Kevin gets the Giants job and maybe he wants to follow Kevin to the Giants job, I would say your path to becoming a head coach is better staying here with a new head coach and then having a good year next year. I think it's more likely Jim gets another head coaching spot from that position with the talent that he has here, with what he's built here, than if he goes to the Giants and has it. They're going to have to kind of rebuild because that doesn't quite fit the wide nine defense over
The Stefanski part of it is the only part I hadn't really considered, because I was trying to come up with like a threat that he could give off. Like Schwartz could be like, if you don't give me this, I got this job just waiting for me. The Stefanski part is interesting in that, because Stefanski obviously would hire him in a second. He wants that to continue, but I don't think Schwartz, he'll have defensive coordinator options, but as far as better moves, he's not going to have them. This is one of the best defenses in the NFL. You have one of the best player in the NFL on your defensive side of the ball. You look as good as you've ever looked. Like, this is as close to peak as it's going to get for Jim Schwartz at this point.
216-474-0092. Should Jim Schwartz be considered as a candidate if Kevin Stefanski's fired? I guess I just would have to have this conversation. Like, I need to know, if we don't make you the head coach, are you willing to stick around as the defensive coordinator? Because that is a part of this. Like, if you're just out no matter what, the only way you're staying as head coach, well, I'm not really amenable to that. We'll just move on. But if
you
but
got
if
no
you are,
choice then. Yeah, you got no choice.
But if you are willing, like, listen, we're going to give you a real chance here. We take your candidacy seriously, but we want you to stick on as DC if we don't do it.
But you would know at that point they're really not taking his candidacy seriously then.
I disagree. I think you can do both things. I really do. I think if you're a good organization and listen, I think Jim Schwartz knows, because of his relationship with Andrew Berry going back to Philadelphia, I think he would know whether it's a real, we're going to give you a chance at this, but we're not going to guarantee anything, and if you don't become the head coach, you'll be the DC. I think he'd know, because of his relationship with Andrew, whether that's a real thing or not.
Well, would he be offended if he felt like it wasn't?
Oh, what do you mean?
Like if they said, hey, we're going to give you this real shot, and if not, we want you to be the DC, and then he goes and he does the interview, and he felt like it was just like, oh, you were humoring me.
Yeah, I think Jim would know. Jim's a smart guy.
No, I'm saying he would know. Would he be offended?
Yes.
If he left that, yes. I think most people would, and so like you do run the risk of that. Like instead of on the outwardly and frontward, just be like, all right, we're not even. There's no. If you're not going to take him seriously, there's no point of going through the process of it all, especially if you're going to turn around at the end of it, and then he'd know it'd be phony.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker tells us whether he'd consider Jim Schwartz as a candidate if Kevin Stefanski is fired. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
working today? Are you guys like on thin ice? Are you guys on the hot seat? Why do they have you guys working on New Year's Eve?
I mean, we did get #1 ratings in the fall book there, Ross. I don't think we're on hot seat.
Yeah, pretty massive ratings too, Ross. Thanks, thanks for that.
Yeah,
thanks
but
for the bump
thank you for
up.
giving us the chance to say
awesome? You know what would be awesome? You know what somebody should do? They should start a radio show where we just talk about the Cleveland radio shows and which one of you guys should be on thin ice, like which one we should bring back next season, how you've been performing all year. I think that'd be so fun.
It'd be good for us. It'd be a good globe for us. We've had a very nice year, Ross.
Yeah, like they wouldn't even be able to say anything. They'd just be like, I guess, all right, these guys, on to the next ones.
Yeah, we don't like them, but they get good ratings, so good for them.
And ratings, as you know, Ross, that is the scoreboard of our industry.
How much do you attribute your rating success directly to my Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time appearances?
73%.
I was going to go 3%. Across the year, though.
3 and 3. I would go more with Jonathan, and that's why I've always thought his takes are better than. I've always been a big Jonathan guy.
I've always thought Jonathan had a better cell service than you, though.
Your compliment cut off, is all we say.
A little bit.
All right, I'm doing the best I can.
I forgive you. All right, so we were just talking about this. 1 week to go. There's a lot of scuttlebutt around the Browns. One report saying they've done preliminary research on a potential head coach change. Several other reports out there. Some conjecture maybe Stefanski wouldn't mind not being here. Do you think that Kevin Stefanski will be the head coach for the Browns in 2026?
Ooh, that is a tough. I feel like it's rare this time of year, kind of be on the fence. I guess I would lean no if I had to pick one or the other. I do think that this game against the Bengals could impact that, honestly, for both coaches. You know, for Kevin Stefanski and for Zach Taylor, a particularly good or bad showing. And I know it's, people are going to say, that's so dumb. It just comes down to one game. It's not coming down to just one game. But if you're on the fence one way or the other with both these guys, this is how decisions in life are made a lot. This final performance, the last appearance, could be what puts them over the edge one way or the other.
We had a report today from Jeremy Fowler. He was saying that Mike McDaniel would be a candidate for the Browns job if both teams end up making a change. What do you think the reaction would be from Browns fans if it in fact does go that direction?
I don't know. You tell me. What would the reaction be? I don't know that. Yeah, go ahead.
The early returns, when people just kind of floated this trial balloon out there, Ross, was met with a lot of meh and a lot of this is basically another version of Stefanski.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, what has McDaniel done to give anyone in Cleveland any confidence that he's better than Stefanski?
I don't think we can sell you on this.
No, that one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, the guy that he totally tied his career to, and he's all in on Tua, he basically decided 2 weeks ago, okay, I'm done with him. Those guys were tied at the hip. They were thick as thieves. They realized that their professional fates were tied with each other, and he basically, I guess, to try to secure his position there in Miami, kind of, threw Tua under the bus, so to speak. And that's what it felt like with that decision. And maybe Tua deserved to get benched or whatever, and all that stuff is fine. But it just seems to me like there was a very specific reason why he did that, sort of a last-ditch effort to say, I'm good, Tua's not, I should still be here. I'm not the reason why we haven't won as many games as we needed to the last couple of years.
On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. See, we got it.
That was pretty good.
Thank you. I do what I can. All right, so let's get to it then. When it comes down to it, we've also had Cleveland.com, Ashley Bastock, who was a guest with us earlier, said that Jim Schwartz, the Browns defensive coordinator, would like to be a head coach again. He's 59. The Browns also really like Tommy Rees, do you look at promoting from within if they move on from Stefanski as a potential option for this team?
That's interesting. I'm not as opposed to that as other people are. I think sometimes people look at it and say, how could you do that? I mean, all he was the coordinator for them. That doesn't make any sense. I don't really look at it that way. Ultimately, if you really feel strongly about Tommy Rees, there's a reason why he's been getting some of the interviews he's been getting, with other head coaching opportunities. And I think most people believe that Tommy Rees will be a head coach, probably by the time he's 40 somewhere. I don't know if it's, Power 4 or in the NFL. Jim Schwartz would be a little bit of a tougher sell probably. And I like Jim Schwartz, but he's had an opportunity already. And I would also say, I know they were awesome against the Steelers on Sunday, but I was a little disappointed in how the Browns defense has performed in some of these games down the stretch, notably the Titans game, where that's a win. I mean, that's a win if they're just above average on defense in that game, which they were not.
Yeah, it's interesting. And speaking about that game on Sunday, another thing that came out of that, Myles Garrett then not getting the sack record, another opportunity this weekend, but it was more about the idea that Aaron Rodgers was doing everything in his power to make sure that he didn't get that. Josh Allen, the week prior, spoke in the post game about that being a main priority. Do you think Joe Burrow is going to go that route again this weekend, or do you think he's a different cat than the other two, where he won't look at it as, I'm going to put that above the importance of the game itself, which is what Myles said that he believes Aaron Rodgers did last week?
Well, it's funny because right before you guys called me, I just saw a quote from Joe Burrow where he said, I'm just going to play football. I'm just going to go out there and play, and whatever happens, happens. Now, listen, if you're playing the Browns, your game plan should be to double Myles on every obvious passing down anyway. I mean, that should be your strategy. That is a smart strategy. Now, if you go to the extent where it's about the record, that seems a little bit silly to me. I will tell you, though, that no team, no offensive line coach, no coordinator, no offensive line, they don't want to be the one that gets shown on that video for years and years to come. They don't want to be the one that give up the record-breaking sack to Myles Garrett. So on some level, I understand that. Certainly not at the expense of doing whatever it takes to beat the Cleveland Browns if you're the Steelers and you're in the situation they're in. I still can't believe that they were targeting Marquez Valdez-Scantling against Denzel Ward the last 3 times. They just got Marquez Valdez-Scantling off a practice squad like a month ago. And so 3 times in a row, that who Rodgers goes to. How about Kenny Gainwell out of the backfield? How about Freiermuth? That was mind-boggling to me.
Ross Tucker on the fan hotline here with Nick and JP. Obviously we've got a lot to get to here, not just in Cleveland, but around the NFL. I want to throw out a name, though, for you, and he's the Detroit passing game coordinator this year, his first year back in the NFL. I would really like the Browns to talk to David Shaw, the former Stanford head coach, if they do move on from Kevin Stefanski. Can I get your reaction to that name for the Browns head coaching lunacy?
So I'm a huge fan of David Shaw and the way he ran the operation when he was at Stanford. I'm a little surprised to hear you're pro David Shaw. Nick, where does that come from?
I really liked what he did at Stanford, and I really love the fact that he's from a football family. His dad, Willie Shaw, was almost the Stanford coach back in '91. So I've followed his career since, I think, when he was an assistant in Baltimore.
So I've talked with him and known him for a while. I think he's fantastic. When he was at Stanford, his name would come up a lot for NFL head coaching jobs, and he would consistently say, no, I'm not interested. And then, obviously he ended up leaving Stanford, and now he's working for the Lions. He is very, very impressive from a head of an organization standpoint, and he strikes me as the type of guy that the Haslam family and Andrew Berry, if Andrew's still there, would be very interested in.
All right, if we're throwing names out there, I got to throw some others out there that have popped up. This is more from the GM side of things, and one of the more recent reports about either Chris Greer or Tom Telesco maybe popping into the equation. What do you think of those two names?
Not impressed with either. I mean, Greer was in Miami forever. If you look at a lot of their personnel decisions, I thought it was disastrous. The timing of giving the contracts that they gave to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey, Greer would be a quick no for me. Telesco, I really like as a person. He's already gotten 2 opportunities with the Chargers and with the Raiders. Raiders only 1 year, but it's pretty rare for a guy to get a second opportunity, let alone a third. If the Browns go that route, I like the idea of them looking at guys for a second time around, like a Thomas Dimitroff or someone like that. But give me someone that's had some legit success. If you're going to get a guy that it's their second opportunity, let's get a guy that's really had some major success as opposed to the names you guys just gave me, which, I mean, have either one of those guys ever won a playoff game? I think the answer is no.
Oh, no. I think Telesco has, hasn't he, in San Diego with Rivers? I think he was there 2013 to 2023.
These are only the names that get brought up because of the report from Josina Anderson and then Mary Kay Cabot today. Like, those are the names that apparently they've already had the preliminary talks with the 2 of them in this. So it'd be interesting. At least it's why I'm fascinated. You're just a complete no on it, though.
Your point is well served.
Very well served. Yeah.
By the way,
Telesco is a Northeast Ohio guy, I think. So that part of it I get. I don't know when he started with the Chargers. I guess I just associate him with Herbert and the Brandon Staley Chargers, and he hired Brandon Staley. I really like Tom, but if you're looking at GMs for a second opportunity, there are, I would think, much better options. By the way, we're 14 minutes in, and you guys haven't asked me a Shedeur Sanders question yet. Are you sure you guys have good ratings?
Well, yeah, I mean, the book's over, so we can kind of take a breath.
It's a holiday book, Ross. You know this.
So, you are the right guy to ask this question for, because we've talked after 6 games. Like, we're trying to put, who do we think he'll be if this really works out next year, if they bring him back as the starter? I've said, I think, over time he can grow into some cross between Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins. And I'm talking about the ceiling, not necessarily attributes. And JP has thrown out Trevor Lawrence in terms of ceiling instead of attributes. Where would you put the better version of Shedeur Sanders if the Browns lean into this and give him next year to work out?
So first of all, I think I've seen enough now that I would think that they would give him veteran competition. And I don't know who that is or in what form that is, but especially after this win, it doesn't look like they're going to have an opportunity to draft a guy that they think is worthy of drafting in the first round. So it seems to me more Shedeur Sanders and some type of veteran, which I think is fine. You know what? He hasn't done enough to say he's unquestionably the guy. I also don't think he's been bad enough to say he's definitely not the guy. He's been up and down. He's been about, probably what I expected. I think I told you guys last week, it's probably been a little bit better than I expected. I would think, I can't put a name to it. I would think the upside for him is 10 to 15 in the NFL. I don't know that I picture him being a top 10 quarterback in the NFL ever. I think if things go well, he's 10 to 15. And by the way, before you poo-poo that, if you're driving around Cleveland or whatever, before you poo-poo that, actually write down the top 20 quarterbacks in the NFL. Like some of you in Cleveland right now would cut off the tip of your pinky to have a top 10 to 15 guy. I mean, that is highly, highly valuable. People are like, no, they're going to be top 5. No. Go through the list. Actually write it down. If you know you have a top 10 to 15 guy that you have under contract for years, that is, I mean, every team, I would say just about every team would sign up for a top 20 guy right now. Because if you have a top 20 guy, you absolutely have a chance every year. You can't have a bottom 5 or a bottom 10 guy. You're not going to really have a shot. If you have a top 20 guy, you got a legit shot, depending on who you put around him.
Yeah. I mean, people think that's an insult. It's definitely a compliment. Like, it's a major compliment. Ross, all right, thinking about the Ravens-Steelers game this weekend, and I'm trying to think of if you're a Browns fan and the chaos attached to this all. If the Steelers lose, they might fire Tomlin. They obviously could, keep Tomlin and keep running it back. But if the Ravens lose, I'm fascinated by that development there. You had the report from the Baltimore Sun. Mike Preston made the suggestion that Jackson would love to play for the Dolphins. While on the other side of that, if they keep Lamar, they could fire Harbaugh. Like, there's so much at play for both teams. What should a Browns fan be rooting for that causes the most chaos?
So we've talked about this before. Refresh my memory. Do people in Cleveland hate the Steelers more or the Ravens?
It's kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah, depends on the day.
And it just depends who you ask, really, yeah.
That's fascinating. Okay. There is a lot of speculation that the loser of this game, that they would move on from the head coach. I would tell you that feels a lot more likely in Baltimore than in Pittsburgh. I do not think that the Rooney family would move on from Tomlin if they lose this game. It's possible, but they might say that, well, we were going to win the division and have double-digit wins if it wasn't for the blue-haired guy in Detroit. I mean, it's unbelievable to think about the amount of power the blue-haired guy in Detroit has at this point. I mean, the blue-haired guy in Detroit might be the difference between people's jobs or not. It might be the difference between who wins the division, who people play in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, think about that. That is crazy. I don't know. I think I would probably, the Steelers still have issues at quarterback. I don't know what would happen with Rodgers. So if you're a Browns fan, you want to root for chaos in Baltimore, I think. I think you want to root for the Ravens to lose so that Harbaugh gets fired or Lamar Jackson goes somewhere else, which, by the way, isn't happening, but whatever. I think you'd rather have chaos in Baltimore because they have more upside in terms of being a perennial division contender than the Steelers with 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, trying whatever he can to do to throw the ball to Kenny Gainwell.
Ross, we got about 45 seconds. With the playoffs coming up after this week, give us a couple teams you're most bought in on ahead of the playoffs.
Well, so this is fascinating because I can make an argument. If the Ravens beat the Steelers, I can make an argument that 13 of the 14 teams could go to the Super Bowl. The only team that can't is the NFC South champions. And I think it's really hard to do, and it's rare to do, but I would not be surprised if the Buffalo Bills and or the LA Rams win 3 road playoff games to get to the Super Bowl, because I still think I'd rather have Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford than pretty much any of these other quarterbacks that are out there.
I think last week in the playoff eliminator that we never got into on air, that was actually the Super Bowl matchup that I had. So you're smart. Ross, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for all the stuff you've done for us throughout football season here. You're such a good dude. We appreciate you every week, and thank you for that 3% ratings bump success this year.
Yeah, it was more closer to 73%, what Jonathan said. It's my pleasure. Happy New Year to you guys and everybody out there in Cleveland. And also, later, dudes.
Later, dudes. That is Odyssey. NFL Insider Ross Tucker Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We'll react what Ross had to say about the Browns coaching situation and, of course, the fallout and rooting for chaos in the AFC North in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
HOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Do you think that Kevin Stefanski will be the head coach for the Browns in 2026?
Ooh, that is a tough. I feel like it's rare this time of year, kind of be on the fence. I guess I would lean no if I had to pick one or the other. I do think that this game against the Bengals could impact that, honestly, for both coaches.
That is Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, giving us his take on whether Kevin Stefanski will still be the head coach coming up, I was going to say on Monday, but really in 2026. And I will say, I fired him. You fired him. I do think Sunday matters. And if you said to me, I still don't know definitively. I think there are a lot of people talking with great impunity about this. I'm not sold on it. Meaning I'm not sold that he definitively will be fired.
Yeah, we're trying to guess what the Browns will do. I don't know if anybody can speak on this the way that you're describing. It sounds insane to me. Because it makes so much sense to me why he'd be fired, why we would have already fired him. But they don't operate the way that we operate. They've consistently shown us that.
And in fairness, and this is a feather in their cap, they don't operate the way they used to. I mean, you might not like the results, but they don't just do what you expect them to do every time. And that's not a bad thing because it was all too predictable 7 years ago how exactly they were going to operate on any given December.
Yes, and then saying all that, though, I can't escape the idea out of my brain that this is all one big trial balloon with Mike McDaniel in that conversation, and it's just floated out there to see how receptive people are to it, to see if people would think that this is a step in the right direction, if it was perceived as a win, all these other type of things, because if you get rid of Stefanski, that is the type of guy that you're going to be going after.
So I agree. I don't think it's a coincidence that any of the names that have been floated on any of these positions have been mentioned. I will tell you, I wouldn't agree with it, but it would impress me on some level if they didn't fire Stefanski or Barry.
Were you surprised that Ross was so adamant against Chris Grier and Telesco?
Yes.
I was surprised, too. I didn't see that coming.
I mean, Telesco did have a successful 10-year run in the Chargers, and I don't think you can really blame him for what happened with the Raiders, because that's what happens to everybody with the Raiders.
So the Grier thing I understand, though, right?
Yes.
The Grier thing, I'm like, all right, you didn't win a playoff. You had the job for a million years. You didn't win a playoff game.
And they tanked, and they didn't draft enough good football players.
Yeah,
that's enough.
There is a lot there. And even on the Telesco...
You chose Tua over Herbert. Yeah. So Tua was the fifth
I'm trying to think in my head at fifth and sixth, and I always get it inverted on which one went where and how that works.
That in and of itself is enough for me to pass on Chris Grier.
On that, though, the story, okay, but if we're going to be fair about it, on that, the story always went that Telesco actually wanted Tua over Herbert. And he had him rated as a higher quarterback on his deal, and then obviously they ended up with Herbert.
Lucky bastard.
Basically, that is all that is.
Isn't that like half the NFL?
That's what it is.
Didn't the Browns like Sonny Michel more than Nick Chubb? And then I think Sonny went 29th, and so they I guess we'll draft Nick Chubb with a 33rd pick.
Yeah, and they just luck into that situation.
Yeah.
Which is wild to me because remember Herbert out at Oregon. If he would have went out his junior year, he would have been number 1 overall, and then he stayed for his senior year. And the reason for why he stayed his senior year is because he himself thought he didn't have enough confidence that he would succeed right away. And so then the NFL world, instead of looking at it and saying he's got all this talent, all everything, and he's going to be awesome, looked at it as, oh no. He doesn't believe in himself.
He was also
pinged. That killed his draft stock for some reason.
He's another one of those college quarterbacks that got pinged for never taking the jump. All right, he was pretty. The knock on him was, he's pretty much the same guy from start one to start. Whatever the last start was.
That was awesome, though.
Exactly.
Awesome.
But again, that's. I think going back to the greater quarterback position. This is why it's so hard, because not only are you grading the physical talent, the mental bandwidth and all this, narratives have a huge play on these quarterbacks. That's why when people knock Shador as a 5th-round pick, it's like, okay, you don't know what you're talking about. In the NFL, the difference between a 2nd and a 5th-round pick is, do people like you enough?
Yeah.
Did you I can say that. Did you impress the right people, as I'll say it there?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's funny that Telesco story just came up a week and a half ago, and it was you really, how are you even letting this one get out, by the way? I would bury this one until the end of time, but it's the truth behind it. And then now the current Chargers GM was going on this crusade that he actually thinks Herbert's 6'7", not 6'6". And I'm like,
does he just want to say 6'7"?
No, it's not a 6, 8, 9. It's not one of those things. He's not doing it for the kids, at least I don't think. But how adamant he was against Telesco is interesting because he's had a lot of first-round hits.
Brock Bowers.
A lot of first-round hits.
Now, here's what I think is interesting. I think the only way it's decided that Kevin won't be here next year is if Kevin's the one that doesn't want this to happen. Because I think, one way or another, I think you're going to see this framed as, it doesn't mean it's the truth. I think you're going to see this framed as a mutual parting of ways. I think instead of an out-and-out firing, they're going to try and treat Kevin the way I think the Ravens would treat Harbaugh or the way the Steelers, where like there's a level of you got fired or where somebody quit, but we like and respect each other enough, we're not going to give people the official details. It doesn't happen very often, but I think that's how this will play out. And to me, if they say mutual, I'm just going to say I don't think Kevin wanted the gig.
So the only hang-up I have on this, or the only question I would have, I know in the college ranks, when you get fired, some of them have in the clauses. James Franklin had this at Penn State, where then the amount of money was offset based off of a new job.
Yeah.
If Stefanski gets fired, he'd still get his money based off of the contract. But if he gets a new job, is that taken away too, or no?
I think that's probably part of the mutual.
So
yeah, it really does depend though if he wants the breakup more than they do.
Like how much is he giving up for this breakup?
I mean, if you're Kevin, you're not like the head coaching salaries are already. I think I've heard this said enough that they've already skyrocketed over the last 5 years.
They're massive these days. They're massive.
And most numbers aren't reported.
No, that's why we have a hard time talking about this stuff is because they're not. You're right. Across the board. Even Stefanski, we don't know his numbers with his extension.
So, one, I don't know that Jimmy, I think if Jimmy really does respect Kevin as much as he says, I don't think Jimmy's going to be like, all right, I'll let you go, but no more money, and you got to go fight for a new job. I don't know that he would do that. Because, again, that's something that would boomerang back on you and look bad in a search.
Only thing we do know is that when it came to Freddie and when it came to Hugh, they both at the time, they were able to keep all their money, but they had to sign all those NDAs. That's why, like, Hugh Jackson, I think he wrote a book at one point, but he wouldn't go on any radio shows for years and would tell everybody, like, I'll come on once that's done. And then once it got done, it was just to the point where nobody cared. Yeah, exactly right. And then Freddie, I know Freddie's told people a very similar story, the same thing, and then it got to the spot. I don't even know if it's expired yet. It's been 6 years, but it got to a spot and then just nobody cared.
What? That's such a Ivy League thing. Like, what is Freddie gonna NDA about?
I don't know.
I didn't get drunk at that one bar. Honestly,
all of them are your shortcomings.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, fine. I won't tell them that.
All right, we don't want everyone to tell about Hugh's many misgivings about anything. All right, I'll sign it if you make me.
Listen, Billionaires Club, man, has them. I don't know what's going on over there.
Am I the only person that thinks NDA shouldn't be legal?
What do you mean?
I don't think they should be legal.
What do you mean?
I don't think you should be able to sign away your right to talk about something in a public level.
That's what the money's for.
Yeah, there's no amount of money that should allow you to put away your First Amendment right.
I mean, I agree with you in the fundamental. It's sound what you're saying, but I also, if put in that position because they already do exist, you sign it.
Well, no. What I'm saying is they shouldn't exist. I'm going back to
things that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, but you make me president tomorrow. All NDAs are invalid. I'd be assassinated before I took the oath. I would be gunned down.
See, again, you're disrupting the Billionaires Club. The Billionaires Club, the NDAs exist to help out the billionaires. America is shaped to help out the billionaires. These aren't going away.
That also change.
It's all about keeping the secrets the secrets.
Yeah. The Book of Secrets, that Nicolas Cage movie, The Second National Treasure, that one's out there too.
Yeah. Did you think about the idea that Haslam at one point was like, I have more things buried in my closet than you do, Freddie. So we're going to do this as a mutual party, and this is how this is going to go. You're going to sign this thing, or be happy about it. You're going to take my money, and you're not going to talk about it.
I think if Kevin wants to come back, and the Browns are debating it, even if they have the conversation this week, I don't think the actual decision by Jimmy himself, or whatever the aggregate is of all the people that could potentially be in the decision, I don't think that happens until sometime late Sunday, early Monday, right? It might. I would expect if it really is a decision they haven't already made, whether Kevin's made it or they've made it, I would imagine that you get a couple days to breathe on it. Whereas if Kevin's already gone to them and said, I'm worn down by this, the losing, the way this is set up, I'd like a new opportunity, I think it happens immediately after the game. Like, I don't even know we get the Kevin Stefanski presser. I'm not saying they're not. It's not the Lane Kiffin.
It's a joke. I get it,
but it's the reverse Lane Kiffin.
Now I'm just thinking about the idea that they'd make him sign some sort of NDA to make sure he doesn't go on ESPN and then just blast
say nothing.
him. No,
they've heard him say nothing for 6 years. He's suddenly going to start saying stuff.
He would tell everyone what happened with Deshaun Watson potentially. This is the things they have to think about. If you are truly scorned, if you're mad about how this went down, you could just go scorched earth, and you'd say Andrew Berry came to me at the 3 a.m. and said I got this great big idea. Here it is.
This goes back to, in my opinion, when people have been like, their coaches aren't going to coach Shador, then they're cowards. Because there's nothing. The kid he's not going to bite your hand. There's nothing about this kid that is bad. He seems to work his ass off to get better at football. He seems like a really nice kid. You afraid of a film crew? If you are, get the hell out of my building. I don't want you. If you're if you're a big tough football man, but TikTok scares you, then you're a moron. You don't deserve the job. Same thing goes to if you're afraid of Kevin Stefanski going out and being like, I was against the Deshaun trade. I will, whatever respect I had left for you is going to exit the building very quickly. Oh, gosh.
I'm trying to think.
Guys, it's the most bag trade in NFL history. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Because Stefanski would. I know he's got the charisma of a houseplant, and he's not very exciting to us, but he would go. ESPN would take him on in a second. Put him up there on the stage with Rex Ryan on like a Sunday countdown and just watch him basically just go scorched earth on the Browns on a week in, week out basis.
He will never go scorched earth. He will never. That is
his version of it. His version of
scorched earth.
But you have to protect yourself.
I didn't agree with that decision.
In case all of a sudden he does. In case all of a sudden it's just Rex Ryan lobbing him grenades to him say yes or no to.
Yeah, no,
and you get your headlines.
No, Kevin will say nothing, and then Rex will just postulate out his rear end. Like, that's what he'll do.
Are you sure about that? You sure that's not? Kevin's like, I don't know.
Biggest blowhard.
He's
Rex.
like, well, we paid you 7 figures to go ahead and say something. Say something, Kevin.
Then what you need to do is Kevin gets an NDA, and then you just deluge Rex Ryan with feet pics. You just get him, because that's how you get him off the scent, right?
That's how you throw him off.
Yeah, he can't come up with anti-Browns takes if he got too many feet pics in his old email there.
His email?
Yeah, you tell me that's not where he gets them?
Why
that
all
guy
these
doesn't
NFL
know
coaches,
the incognito browser exists.
Only working through emails. All these old NFL
Rex
coaches.
is the guy that
Gruden, Rex, they're just all through emails.
If you go,
none of these guys have a browser app.
If you go through Rex Ryan's personal computer, we're talking about it's a desktop that sits in the corner of his mansion, and you go in there. He doesn't know how to delete his history.
I was going to Google
You're
what is
see
the
feet pics back to 2016.
What is the feet version of Wikipedia? Because I can't think of it right now. But I don't even want to Google it. Is that the name of it?
Should be.
There's like it's a whole like Wikipedia for feet. But I'm not going to Google that because I don't want that in my search engine.
Rex, we got to talk about your search history, Rex.
I don't want my wife all of a sudden seeing that and then being like,
Feetopedia.
Do you have something we need to talk about?
Or was it Wikipedia? I don't know. 216-474.
Now I'm going to Google it.
Oh, that's great.
I got to figure out
Google
what the name
it
of
on
it
Corrales.
is. I got to figure out if yours was more creative than what theirs was. Because I know it exists somewhere. Insta-feet.
Insta-feet. That's good. That's good. What would a mutual parting of ways mean to you about Stefanski in Barry and chaos? On behalf of Cleveland, brought to you by Cleveland, but not in Cleveland. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
The lead coming up in 15 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you on New Year's Eve. I've only said that twice today. I want people to know. Year's Eve? I want people to know. At the end of the night, it's 2026. I don't want to break any news here, no spoilers. Just so you know, 2026 is tomorrow.
I got to say, thank you to everyone that we've worked with so far today, because we've not had a lot of the, hey, I'll see you next year. Haven't had a lot of those convos.
We haven't gotten there yet.
You think in the next 2.5 hours it's coming?
Well, nobody's really left since we came in.
No, we saw Mennigan. He didn't say it at the end. Spencer didn't say it at the end.
Mennigan would say it. Actually, both those gentlemen would be high on my suspect list.
Yes. I thought it was going to come. I thought it would happen. Even saw some bosses on the other side. Didn't happen, and I was just kind of happy. I don't love the it's the water cooler part of the job that I just don't really jive with.
I'll tell you, there's one person here that's almost guaranteed to do the bit.
Oh, Matt Corrali.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big time. He's waiting. Yeah. He is waiting to the end of the show to be like, all right, guys.
He's going to put it on TikTok.
We'll see you next year.
Because TikTok is pretty okay. But it's definitely, you get the full Corali there.
It's pretty okay.
It's pretty okay, yeah.
What do you mean? Last time I saw him do TikTok, I thought it was like a shirtless photo of him on the beach.
Yeah, it was. It was. That's not why I like it, by the way.
Okay, that's the only one I've seen, so I have no other context outside of that.
He goes for a little humor on there.
He's like a Chippendale on there.
He goes a little humor on there. Doesn't always land, but he tries. I like that. I like that he's he's adding that to part of his repertoire, and I like it.
Yeah, I mean, he just goes to the attempts.
Will it stick when he goes to serious news? We'll never know.
I guess. Well, I mean, we will find out. That's like the idea. When he goes to news, we will find that out.
Yeah, he does like a funny voice on there. Very funny.
Well, he would definitely be the news anchor that would make the joke that I'm talking about even on the air and make that as big. And then the news anchors obviously do the thing that they do where they're like,
have you seen the curvaceous...
Oh, you're so funny. Yes.
Have you seen the curvaceous blonde that reads bad Facebook comments about her being thick?
I have seen that.
Yeah. I want Matt to do that, but for skinny, bland white boys.
All the people that become thirsty for whatever he is?
Yeah. Yeah.
In Youngstown?
I think so.
Is there an appetite for that in Youngstown?
It's Facebook comments. There's everything there. It's a cornucopia.
Is there? No, okay. I know it exists. Maybe I'm just not privy to it. But so growing up, for instance, in the different bowling alleys I would go to, all the older ladies, there used to be like old lady leagues, right? And they would Mama Pat. But I'm not going down that range. Even at a point where I was too young, okay? Too young, but they would all have...
There's no too young for Mama Pat.
They would all have these playing cards that would have like Chippendale guys on it and like shirtless dudes and all these. They would basically bring like a bachelorette party to bowling every single week, and I would just be rolling around because I just lived in bowling. I was at that point in life, and I would just see everything and be like, what? I don't understand. You are objectifying males in a very interesting way that only guys objectify females. But in the Tuesday Ladies League, that's what they did.
So you were surprised that some women out there objectify men the same way men objectify women?
Not surprised at all. What I'm saying is, though, I never saw that translate to online the same way.
Yeah.
I don't see that translate to the Youngstown news station that Matt Corrali is going to be broadcasting to.
How much do you follow the Youngstown news market?
If there's an attractive woman in Youngstown news, she's getting littered with comments.
Yep.
What happened to the old ladies that used to objectify the Matt Coralis?
I'm going to tell you, listen, he's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pure Aryan young man. He's going to get the comments. In Youngstown?
I hope for his sake that he does. I got confused. I said, I know these old ladies exist. It can't just be at a bowling alley in Chicago on a Tuesday.
No, trust me. We don't see them because we don't go into the mentions. You know what? I don't even know if Corrali's paying attention here. He's got a comment because he has been on TV before. Although it's been at the Black Squirrel Radio or Black Squirrel TV, so I don't know if that's the equivalent.
Black Squirrel TV?
Yeah, don't they have a TV station at Ken as well?
Oh, is that? Oh, okay. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought that was your way of describing like a public access channel or something.
I mean, that's basically what college broadcasting is.
Yeah. So I don't think he's going to get I don't know that he's ready for this. But I feel like Corrali would love to be objectified.
Oh yeah, no. I think he would really enjoy it.
I think he'd really take that in a nice way.
In matter of fact, he's enjoying us talking about him so much that he's walking as slow as anyone has ever walked.
He's like a sloth.
like they're I don't even know. Is he in a wheelchair now?
The segment might be over if you take enough time.
Is he in a wheelchair now? Are we rolling him into? That's just 70. All right, a lot of people's boyfriends, sisters' boyfriends are in wheelchairs.
And 70.
And 70. All right, Matt, have you been objectified on social media because of your broadcasting leanings yet?
No, I haven't. Not yet, at least.
You want to be, though, right?
No, I was going to say, we'll see. Well, I mean,
you've seen Carissa Cadell, right?
So what?
She's a thick anchor.
Oh, who?
The Carissa Cadell, I think, is her name.
I liked it better when you described her as curvaceous.
Curvaceous, I think, is very nice.
Yep.
She's curvaceous, and she reads all the thirsty comments from social media.
I have not. No.
Your spin on this could be you reading old ladies objectifying you in Youngstown.
Okay, gotcha.
When you start your job there,
it's an idea. Mm-hmm. It's an idea. We'll see what we can do maybe later down the line. But
like if I brought up, wait here, all right. So I'm going to bring up a couple of these.
Yeah.
Okay. Old women. Come on, I'm going to get some text here.
I don't think the language changes too much between old ladies objectifying and old men objectifying.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think so at all.
Would you take this as a compliment?
Examples.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Don't think so.
So I want you to. Oh man, we got to get some of these. Now, God bless it. It's really hard to do this in real time because they don't have a lot of. No, we're not going to do it. If I had known this, I wanted to write some things out, but it's going to take too long.
I was going to say I really appreciate you guys having me in for this segment, but got to finish the lead script. So is that all right if I just pop back there and get that first on for the next segment? Because
I think this is more important than the lead.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, the lead's going to happen. It is what it is.
That's true.
You're not going to get objectified with that kind of attitude.
No, I'm just saying, I remember the first time I did this, and it was just train off the tracks a couple months ago.
Yeah, that's good. That's why we're the #1 show in afternoons.
Yeah, well, some are saying that first time is why he's going to TV now.
That's true. Some are
all
saying
the way to TV.
Like, all right, can you give us, in your voice, can you read it in your news voice, like, damn, Matt Corrali's fine.
In the news voice?
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, Matt Corrali's fine.
I don't think you put enough English on that.
You don't even believe it. Yeah, you don't even believe it.
No, not really.
This is the problem. He's a young man. He's not as experienced in the world as some of us older men.
I do hope for you that you get objectified. Is what I'm going to tell you.
I appreciate that.
Because I think it could be part of your ticket to fame.
Well, you don't want to be the ugly guy on TV. That's not.
Yeah.
Like if you're not getting objectified.
Yeah, like you don't want to be the weatherman.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
there's some good-looking weathermen in this town, but historically, those are my people. They look like me.
Actually, you know what you're searching for? You're searching for the first Facebook comment where they're like, "Peeps, he wouldn't have this job if not for being a beefcake."
Yeah, no, that's what
you want. Don't take offense when that happens. Don't take offense. To that.
No. Right. No, just ride that all the way to New York.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to know how you get Good Morning America?
Yeah,
be the beefcake.
No, totally. Yeah. The dumber you are, the better it's going to be for you.
Oh, yeah. You can do calendars.
Here, let me get out my notebook real quick. Write that down.
Different shirtless Matt Corrali.
That's too smart of a response, Matt. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It's too clever.
Sorry.
Real beefcake doesn't have.
So in the office where Brian just starts cutting out words to say less words.
Oh yeah,
that's what you need to be.
Oh okay.
Yeah,
I got you now.
Yeah,
right.
I think he's being sarcastic.
I don't think he understands a word we're saying right now. I feel like lights on, nobody's home.
That's true, guys.
He's not taking in any.
If you're out there in Youngstown, understand Matt Corrali is a real dum-dum. All right, you let him know that we're doing this for you, buddy.
That man's a couple French fries short of a Happy Meal.
Yeah,
if you ask
just
me.
what many people have said. Dumbest guy we know, and not us. We love him. We love him. Think of the world of him. You're going to think he's not smart.
That's right.
When you're in New York, you remember this. Yeah.
We'll keep it in the back burner for
10% of your
when
salary.
This inevitably happens. Yeah. Right.
All right. Go do your lead or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
That felt good.
Well, I mean, for us it did. I'm sure. I think
he ran into the ditch.
Really did he not?
Yeah.
That was such low production on a Corrali. It's insane. I mean, I couldn't believe
we know you're off to Youngstown in a month. Yeah.
That guy's going to TV.
And he's going to be in New York in 2 years. That's how it goes.
This is why we always tell people, I mean, if you can't do television.
That's a good line. I really like that. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. It's the last day of the year, and what a sports year it was. Ohtani leading the Dodgers to back-to-backs. Oklahoma City, the kings of the NBA behind SGA. Luka from Dallas to LA. College football gone wild. The end of the Chiefs' run. 2026 has a lot to live up to. I'm John Lund.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride.
heaven, do I hope this is coming through on my voice, how much I hate snow. I really do. I just loathe snow, and I just don't understand that. Ooh, wonderful. Like, no, hate it. Hate it all.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Tyvis Powell, Ohio State legend, national champion, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. He's coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll pick his brain on Ohio State, Miami, coming up later tonight at the Cotton Bowl. Will number 2, Ohio State, get a playoff win this year, and what does it mean if they don't? But let's get to the lead here on New Year's Eve. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider, joined us at 4 o'clock today, as he does every single Wednesday during football season, and talked about whether he thinks Kevin Stefanski will be the head coach for the Cleveland Browns in 2026. Do you think that Kevin Stefanski will be the head coach for the Browns in 2026? See?
Ooh, that is a tough. I feel like it's rare this time of year, kind of be on the fence. I guess I would lean no if I had to pick one or the other. I do think that this game against the Bengals could impact that, honestly, for both coaches.
It is interesting. I don't think it impacts Zach Taylor at all, if we're being honest about it. He's got 2 more years left on that deal. I don't think Zach Taylor is affected by this game in the slightest. That's just because they're cheap. The Bengals are cheap. They probably should have fired Zach Taylor already, but they're cheap. But I also don't think this one matters for Stefanski nearly as much as other people do. But if I'm telling you that nobody can say with certainty if he's fired or not, then clearly some of it has to matter.
You think it's a good thing that we don't know if Kevin's a goner yet or not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in what way I would ask is the follow-up there.
Well, I mean, I just think, like, is it a positive sign that Jimmy might not have made up his mind, or that maybe Kevin hasn't made up his mind either?
I also wonder, though, I mean, because
it's the first time I can remember it being a debate where we don't already know the answer, which is, yes, this guy's fired.
They're so tight-lipped about everything, though, that it's just... I don't think it's an accident that we've seen a lot on Stefanski's side as far as his agent pushing things, and then we've also seen a lot of whispers as far as who potentially could be the replacements. It reads to me like a decision was made weeks ago, and as always with this time with Stefanski, it's been very tight-lipped, and they've been able to go ahead and keep this thing under the lid.
Because I think Kevin's side's doing stuff, because I think the Browns side is doing stuff, and because I think the NFL in general... The Browns' job and Kevin impacts other jobs. I think the NFL media machination thing is going as well. I think it's interesting that we don't have clarity on this. And listen, in fairness, it's not the only job where we don't have clarity on. I don't think we definitively have clarity on what's going to happen with Pete Carroll in Vegas. We certainly have a couple other jobs. Jonathan Gannon, Cleveland's own, in Arizona. There are plenty of jobs we don't definitively know. It's just very rare that Cleveland isn't in this position. I hope. This is where it's an I hope. I hope if Jimmy Haslam's intent going into this stretch run was, I'm going to give Kevin a fair shake here, meaning I'm going to wait until I see the Cincinnati game, the clock expire on that, and then I'm going to look at a couple things. And I think that means, okay, the quarterback position, how did that go? And how did we treat Shador once he got in there, and how much he grew, and how much we thought Kevin had to do with that? And did we play hard to the final whistle? I hope that if Jimmy is being open to this, I hope those are some of the things he considers. I would still fire him. You'd still fire him. But I think how they do this does matter a considerable amount.
So there's a part of me that hopes the Browns win on Sunday outside of obvious reasons, but I want to see them win just so that if they do fire him, then we would have known with certainty they had already made up their mind.
I think it's a really good point. I also, can I tell you, I, again, fired Kevin Stefanski 2 straight years. So I'm clearly in one camp. I kind of would like Kevin to have a final win as a Browns head coach. Like, I like the dude. I do. I don't think he's a good enough head coach. Rather, he doesn't fit the boxes I need checked to be a great head coach. I think if it was just about McVay being really good at X's and O's, McVay wouldn't have won a Super Bowl and been to another Super Bowl. I think McVay's a good leader on top of being a great X's and O genius, right? I like leader of men. That's something that I've started to really believe in as watch all the different kinds of guys getting fired in the NFL. That being said, I'd love for him to get a win on the way out. I think there are guys in that locker room. A guy like Joe Bitonio, I think, would love to have Kevin get a win on the way out. That'd be nice.
Well, I just keep thinking about the win against the Steelers game and how I've never seen Stefanski that way. He was fired up in a way I've been asking him to be fired up for so long, and so part of me wonders if he just thought he was playing spoiler. That time will tell. Shedeur Sanders talked to the media today about how grateful he is for the relationship that he's had with Coach Kevin Stefanski.
I'm truly thankful. I'm thankful that I was able to come here. I'm thankful that I do have a relationship with all the coaches. And I'm thankful that just evolving from day one, evolving from being a hungry dog to now. It's exciting, and sometimes I think about those days. I don't take anything for granted. I think overall the communication with the coaches and everything been really good, and I'm just thankful to just be here in general.
We'll never get it, but I would love to hear an honest assessment from Shedeur about what coaching has been like the last 6 weeks. Because I think we have obvious evidence on the field of development from Shedeur, and I think Kevin gets some credit for that. I think Musgrave gets some credit for that. I think Tommy Rees, obviously Shedeur gets a lion's share because he's done the work. But I again, would fire Kevin Stefanski. I've been very impressed with Shedeur's development, and I think I got to throw some of that at the feet of the coaching staff here.
The thing that my Colorado people have picked up on, and the Shedeur fans that I follow have picked up on, is the idea that he didn't really mention Stefanski much in that comment. It just, did in a way that Stefanski avoided saying Shedeur's name for so long. It really felt like Shedeur was avoiding saying Stefanski's name in that clip, and really in any time he was asked
People
today.
just want it to be a riff there,
and I just think it's really funny. I think it's really funny.
No, I think it is funny too because people. I saw, now that you're saying it, I did see some of the tweets on that. I would just say, I think people want there to be drama. I don't know there really has been any between Kevin and Shedeur. I'm sure Shedeur was disappointed with his lack of opportunities early, but I think people have spoke a lot on behalf of the Shedeur-Kevin relationship, and I think the last 6 weeks have really pushed up against that, and on some level, these two guys are bought in on each other.
And if I was Shedeur, I would still harbor some disdain for how it went down initially, but ultimately you are getting what you wanted, which is a real crack at being an NFL quarterback. So the end of this, I don't know that it should carry over the way that I think a lot of people wanted to.
On Get Up this morning, ESPN college football analyst Jordan Rodgers picked Miami to upset Ohio State in tonight's Cotton Bowl because of Carson Beck stepping up as of late.
This version of Carson Beck that we've seen the last 5 games has shown the experience of protecting the football, making smart decisions, and that has to be the Carson Beck that we see against Ohio State. And to Josh Pate's point, I was at that game. It was really, really windy. It affected both quarterbacks throwing the football, and I agree. They realized the defense was playing well and kind of took their foot off the gas. I don't think that'll be the case. I think they trust Carson Beck, and I think they trust this defense with Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor to get after the rookie quarterback in Julian Sayin, who's in this big moment for the first time after a loss against Indiana in his first real big moment. So that's why I like Miami.
Yeah, the wind was so bad in that Miami-Texas A&M game, it feels like it just kind of disrupted the whole entirety of that game. I watched that game start to finish. It set back offense 40 years. It was a bad offensive game to watch. It felt like first 1 to 10 was going to win that one. It just wasn't a good game. So I left very unimpressed with Miami. I've not watched a million Miami games throughout the season. I've watched enough just being a college football fan. But I watched the Miami Notre Dame game in the beginning of the year. I watched the Texas A&M game. I've seen enough to know that I don't think their offense is going to be able to hang with this Ohio State defense.
Yeah, I think it's funny. My doubt is about Ohio State's offense versus their defense, which is really good. We need to continue saying the name Ruben Bain as much as possible because he's elite. I think he'll probably end up being the first non-quarterback off the board in this draft. However, specific to this, I think it's going to be really fascinating to see how any of these quarterbacks fare against the Ohio State defense because Matt Patricia is doing a lot of pro concepts in terms of disguising coverages and doing stuff post-snap and pre-snap and switching things up that have stymied a lot of okay or good college quarterbacks. If you get Carson Beck or if you get Dante Moore at some point here or if you get any one of these kids that could end up being a pro quarterback, I think it's going to be great for the NFL to get tape on him. Like a guy like Carson Beck. If Carson Beck comes out against this defense with pro principles, pro ideas, pro everything that Matt Patricia's done, and he lights up, it wouldn't surprise me if it really helped his draft stock, even if it's maybe pushes him being a second-round pick instead of a fourth-round pick.
It's how highly I think of this Ohio State defense. Like, if you can get really good tape, if you can look good. How Mendoza in the Big Ten title game had the 3rd and 6 pass, the 3rd and 2 pass, And that was all he needed. First off, that won him the Heisman, but also then that was like, all right, he's number one quarterback. For enough people, 2 passes in that game was enough to say you can do this at a very high level. So, yeah, I agree. It would go a very long way. With talks of Mike Tomlin possibly coming to TV, rumbling over the course of the last week, Peter Schrager says there's always a seat for guys like Tomlin to come to the business. On First Take earlier today, that made no sense. I don't know what happened there.
Matt Corrali.
Corrali, you're good looking. You're going to need people to write for you for TV.
I think this is actually our fault because that's what he was trying to say.
What is
when
that?
He said the lead, I thought he was talking about his 2020s that he was trying to work on. I think this is us. I think this is an inside job.
Oh, you didn't get that in the beginning?
Us making fun of Corali, his boomerang back to a bad lead script. It's our own fault. It's an inside job. The call's coming from with inside the house.
I mean, my God. All right, so Pete Schrager talked and said words on ESPN. Here we go.
Yes, Tomlin, it's going to be a long discussion. It won't be Mike Tomlin shows up to work on Monday if they lose and he's shocked because Mr. Rooney says, you're gone. It's going to be a conversation. Do we really want to bring this back? Do you want to explore some of the other things? Because having worked in the TV game for quite some bit, I will tell you, having worked at Fox, having worked at NFL Network, and now here at ESPN, there is a chair waiting, whether it be in the booth or on one of these wonderful, warm, weather-controlled sets for Mike Tomlin to make a lot of money talking football if he so wishes for a year, or he can pick his spot of open vacant jobs. So let's not cry for Mike Tomlin just yet. I think this team could still go on a run, and if they do say it's time to part ways in Pittsburgh, it's going to have a very good opportunity to having a second or third chapter of his career.
I think if you look at the contracts here, I think Mike Tomlin having 1 year left and a option year would make it really easy for Mike to decide to sit out next season and then basically be a free agent next offseason and be the Mike Vrabel of everything.
Yeah.
With John Harbaugh, it's a little tougher because he's got 3 years left on his deal. So I would say, just from the outside looking in, I think Tomlin it's easier to see him getting fired with where his contract is to Harbaugh, where it's tough to see Steve Biscotti basically paying him 3 years to coach somewhere else. All that being said, I you know me. I want the pro wrestling angle of this. I want
loser leaves town.
I want loser leaves town. Whoever loses this game, I think should be fired, and not just because I'm a Browns fan.
So I asked Ross about it, and he easily dismissed it because I think it's the right way to look at this. But I do find it interesting the amount of people that are going off Mike Preston's report in the Baltimore Sun and saying how Lamar would love to play for the Dolphins. Now, we've heard the Vikings come up with Lamar as well as another place that there's been some rumors circulating. Like, if you look at Harbaugh with 3 more years left and say, we want Harbaugh, is there a world that exists where they choose Harbaugh over Lamar because it became so tenuous? I don't think it's crazy to think that there is a world that exists out there where that is reality.
Do you think...
I wouldn't make it the likelihood, obviously.
Do you think Lamar's hang-up is Harbaugh, or do you think Lamar's hang-up is just the situation in Baltimore and maybe the lack of support he's got?
I think Lamar is going to have problems everywhere he goes. I think he's the type of person where that's gonna follow him wherever he goes. So right now he's blaming Baltimore and he's blaming the Ravens and he's blaming Harbaugh. He's blaming the organization. He's never cared for how any of the initial deals went down or anything in between.
Doesn't love crab cakes
and crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does. But ultimately I think this is going to be something that follows him. But he doesn't know that right now. He has to go somewhere else before he can experience the idea that turns out teams don't like when you just play video games all night. Turns out teams don't like when you have phantom injuries pop up at most important parts of the season. Like teams don't like the things that Lamar brings, but Lamar's never seen it as a him problem. He's always looked at it as this is a product of you guys, not me.
I kind of, if you could tell me Harbaugh would be fired and be open to come to Cleveland, I'd be a Pittsburgh fan on Sunday. And you know how hard I went after them, how I turned on Mike Tomlin. If you could guarantee me that the decision's already made, Stefanski's going elsewhere, so that's done, and a loss would finish off Harbaugh, and we get to have Harbaugh, I would sign up for it.
You see how
tomorrow.
any of these scenarios are going to be good for us if it plays out the way that we're talking here. Because either you have complete, full, and utter dysfunction in Pittsburgh with a not likely potential firing of Tomlin, or you have Harbaugh, a potential firing and he's gone, or Lamar is away from the AFC North. Like, we're in the catbird seat if you're really going to talk about the Browns' advantages out of this weekend.
We do like chaos here. Tyvis Powell, Ohio State legend, former NFL player, 97.1 The Fan, in Columbus, joins us to talk his confidence in the Buckeyes tonight against Miami on 92.3 The Fan.
Next, headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
From the Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick Traffic Center, call 1-800-HURT-NOW.
An accident 71 south at 82 has the left lane closed with slowdowns from 480. Moderate congestion westbound on 480 from 271 to 71. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
If Black Monday moves affect the Browns, you'll get it here first. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Rutter recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Rutter on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick and JP back with you on New Year's Eve. We got plenty to get to on the show. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up at 6:40. More shenanigans. Who do we root for? Who do we root to fail, really? Baltimore or Pittsburgh this weekend. But Ohio State, Miami in the Cotton Bowl. Ohio State is a 9.5-point favorite. To join us now on the Fan Hotline to talk about this game, the confidence, maybe a little vibe check here. We might get into some Browns talk as well, as he's a Cleveland media member, former Ohio State player, legend, former NFL player, and of 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. Tyvis Powell joining us now. Tyvis, welcome to the show, buddy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. First of all, I am not a media member. I am a former athlete.
Do you get paid by media outlets to talk sports?
That's irrelevant. I'm not a media member.
Why is this? Hold on. Why is this a hang up? Why is this a thing
you don't want to
you?
be associated with the likes of us, Tyvis?
Are we too dirty of people for you, Tyvis?
No, I just think that when you hear media member, there's just like a negative connotation that amongst athletes that come with being a media member. Like, I feel like this. I feel like if we're hanging around, right? So if I'm hanging around like Browns players, right? I feel like they'll speak freely around me because they'll look at me like that's an athlete, like that's a former athlete. But, like, if a media member is standing there, they'll clean it up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen, Tyvis, when athletes see this body, they see athlete too. So even though they know I'm a media member, they're like, he just looks so athletic, I'm going to speak freely because he looks like an athlete. So I know what you're saying. I'm right there with you.
You just sound like you've been hanging out with Jerry Jeudy for too long.
No. No. I just don't want to be a media member. I am a former athlete that gives his opinion and tries to help fans understand the game of football.
In the media. All right, Tyvis. Let's go to the Ohio State game first here. Ohio State's 9.5-point favorites in this game.
They knocked it down. It's 7.5.
It's 7.5. Okay, I did now.
The line is a moving. Vegas is a moving.
In fairness, I've seen a lot of media members, those bastards, choosing Miami in this game. Vibe check. How you feeling about this game from the Ohio State side of things?
You know, I just think that the reason that the media is doing this is they got to hype the game up. Personally, I think that, you know, everybody hasn't seen the Buckeyes play in 24 days, so, you know, everybody wants to make this game interesting. The fact that is that it was at 9.5, and then even if you say it bumped down to 7.5, like that's still the biggest spread in all of these quarterfinal games. So to me, it's funny because Vegas is the only people that be right about these things, that look at it differently than a lot of people. And I feel like that is why everybody's like hyping this game up to get more people to look at it. But I think if the Buckeyes play how the Buckeyes play, and you see how Miami played the last time they was out there, then you should know that the Buckeyes should go out there and roll. The only thing that can save them is if their edge rushers is as good as everybody say, which Ruben Bain supposed to be a top 10 pick in this upcoming draft. He can be a game record. But the funniest thing is last year when they played Tennessee, they also had two edge rushers that was supposed to be really good. James Pierce Jr. went first round to the Falcons, who actually they mortgaged their future to get him. So shout out to James Pierce Jr. But he was not effective at all in this game. I don't think they touched Will Howard's jersey. So I'm expecting the same thing. You know, when you get the Buckeyes to have a back up against the wall and everybody's starting to doubt the Buckeyes, they tend to respond in a very positive way. So I'm expecting to see a dominant performance from the Buckeyes tonight.
C.J. Stroud against Georgia. We watched the governor get taken off. Will Howard in the playoff last year, same thing. Is that going to happen for Julian Sayin tonight?
I think so. I mean, I know Julian saying this is his first year starting and all that, but I tell you what, he has not carried himself like a first-year starter. You know, the way he went about the game, the way he's learned from his past mistakes, it's been phenomenal. So I think that obviously Indiana did a really good job of giving him a wake-up call. I think that, you know, you can be on your high horse, and every now and again, everybody needs a slice of humble pie. And I think that's exactly what Indiana gave them, was a slice of humble pie. And obviously the play calling was very questionable, and you could go into all of those things. But the fact of the matter is Indiana's defensive line was disruptive. They sacked Julian 5 times. That secondary caused so much confusion that he held the ball and didn't know where to go with the ball. So I'm hoping having this long hiatus, being able to watch the film, getting different looks in practice, I'm hoping that those things have helped him speed his mind up to be able to process what's going on so that he don't make those mistakes again.
Humble, pecan, apple. If it's pie, I'm eating it there, Tyvis. I do want to know, though, man, this offense is interesting because they have had some really explosive moments. We know Sayin can sling it. We know Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate are future top 10 picks in the NFL. But yet, they haven't run the ball really well. The offensive line seems to be great at one thing and maybe not great at another. Do you think, are there too many fatal flaws with that offense to win a championship this year, or do you think they've got everything they need?
No, I think that the problem is they're young. And I think that what happened is we're watching them grow up. So we're you know, it's growing pains. You know how when you have a kid and you tell them something and then as they get older, they start to get better. It's like that. You know, it's like you got to have patience with this team. And it's crazy because they've exceeded our expectations. And I think that people forget that a lot of these guys are first-time starters. So I think that going into this one, you know, Bo Jackson is a true freshman. Now, Bo Jackson is a really good running back, and he can't act like a freshman anymore. I mean, this guy got 1,000 yards on the season. And I think that run game is essential. I think, and to me personally, what helped the Buckeyes win last year opposed to any other year was the ability to run the ball. Having Quinshon and Travion, like, they could beat you either way. They could beat you with the pass or they could beat you with the run. Obviously, right now, they can beat you with the pass, and the run game has gotten better over the course of the season. I'm not willing to say that they'll beat a team just solely running the ball, but it has to be very effective, especially when you're going up against a team like Miami. The reason being, because you know how these edge rushers get. They see Ruben Bain coming off a game with 3 sacks and 5 TFLs. He getting up the field early trying to get sacks. You know that if an edge is going to get up the field and be that aggressive, you have to be able to run the ball underneath that guy. So Bo Jackson, to me, is an X factor in this game. If they can run the ball effectively, it will slow down that pass rush and allow those guys to be able to make those plays down the field.
Who would win and by how much? This year's Ohio State team versus last year's Ohio State team?
Ooh, that's a good one. Because our defense, this year's defense is better, but I'll take last year's offense. Man. Well, you know, I say this year's team will beat last year's team. You know why? Because defense wins championships. That I didn't make those rules. I'm not saying that because I'm a former defensive back. That's what's been true since the beginning of time, is that defense wins championships, and in this case, Ohio State's defense will wield them to the championship.
Tyvis Powell on the Fan Hotline here of 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, a media outlet. Former Ohio State player as well. So I'm curious about, this is kind of where it's great to have you on, because not only did you play at Ohio State, you also played in the NFL. You're a former defensive back. I look at Carnell, and it's interesting. I thought he was going to be this year's Ibuka, where maybe people didn't think of him in a specific way because of how great Jeremiah Smith is. Now it seems like Carnell's going to be a top 5 pick this year. If Carnell's on the board, when the Browns pick this year, be it the 7th pick, 5th pick, or whenever, do you think he can be the number 1 receiver to take this offense over to the top?
Absolutely. Is that a serious question? Listen, Carnell Tate to me is very pro-ready. If you watch his game, he plays the game like he's in the NFL. From route running, from catching the ball, getting 2 feet down. I love the fact that he has great body control. You know, when I say that, I mean when he goes up against the ball, the way he controls his body in the air to always be condescending, getting 2 feet down, like, to me, that is a pro. And there's nothing that Carnell can't do. You know, it's interesting because everybody looked at Carnell Tate as this outside guy. even Ohio State viewed him as this outside guy. And I can't remember what game it was, but I want to say Brandon Ennis went down, right? And they had no slot. So they said, Cardell, will you go in the slot and run a couple of plays? And I think he goes in there and he ends up like scoring like easily. And it was like, okay, so this guy can play inside and outside. So it was funny to be able to witness that. I think with Cardell Tate, though, you're getting a complete wide receiver. To me, I always say that Cardell Tate is the most pro-ready receiver out of this draft class. And obviously, he's a product of Ohio State. He's a product of what Brian Hartline is doing. You see how JSN and Chris Olave and Garrett when he's healthy and Marv when he's healthy. You see how these guys are operating. You kind of know what you're getting from an Ohio State product. So I think that, if he's on the board at 7, I would sprint to pick up there.
Dan Lanning earlier today went on a rant about how the college football playoff should all be decided by January 1st. He thinks we're spacing this out too much. We're taking too much time in between. Do you agree with that?
I do think they need to fix the calendar because it's weird in the sense that, one, I don't like the 24-day hiatus. That's you don't need that. I mean, as a player, obviously, your body is healed up and all those things, but you start to lose the groove and you lose the chemistry. So I don't like that long of a hiatus. I would say if you get it done by January 1st, one, the Rose Bowl should be always the championship site in Pasadena because it's just a beautiful spot. Still jealous that I didn't get a chance to play there. But it also helps teams move forward the next year because, as you know, the portal opens, and it's so hard to try to get kids out of the portal or know what kids is going in the portal if you're still competing for a national championship, and it's helping these other schools get a leg up on you. So I would like, for that case standpoint, I want it to be fair. I believe in being fair. So I would like for it to be moved up.
So we do have a little Ohio State news to pass along. Shabola, the right guard, is out tonight, so they're going to rotate Gabe Van Sickle, who's a redshirt freshman, and redshirt sophomore Joshua Padilla. So that is a little update on the game. All right, so I know you like Carnell Tate. I hypothesized the other day with JP, because you're sitting at 7, there's one top 5, top 3 prospect that likely will fall out of the top 5 if the Browns stay at 7 and could be on the board. He hates it because it's a defensive player.
We're going all offense here, Tyvis. I want no defense in this draft.
I have said I would seriously consider taking Caleb Downs at 7. If he falls to you, Jonathan hates good defense. Where do you stand on this one?
I want to be as close-minded as possible. Defense doesn't even exist on my draft board for the first round.
I understand how you feel about that. Okay, I do. And I'm with a lot of people where this Browns team needs to get offensive players. But if Caleb Downs is there, he is absolutely a game changer. He's a playmaker. It would be hard. I would have to see who else is on there because obviously the biggest concerns is wide receiver and tackle, right? And I'm really starting to lean more towards getting a tackle first because there's not that many good ones in this draft, but it's like 5 good wide receivers that I project to go in the first round. So it would be hard not to say Caleb Downs, but I think I got to do what's best and think for the long term of the future, and I would have to go with the offensive tackle.
Oh, yeah, you're a smart man.
Broke my ankles there.
You really
I thought
did.
I had a Caleb Downs. I did the OHIO.
He was getting all excited. He's but it's fine. Your smartness prevailed, and that's why you're a media member because you let your brain do the talking.
It's your smartness,
and you let you get there.
Listen, stop spreading these false rumors. I am not a media member. I am a former athlete that gives his opinion. I don't work. I mean, I may do some things here and there.
Like we're calling you a porn star, Tyvis.
The
Big Ten Network just let you make a shot from half court because they like your personality. That's all.
It says analyst. It says like when they show my name, it'd be like analyst.
Well, can you analyze this? Mike McDaniel is the hot name of the day. He'd be a candidate for the Browns if both teams make a change, according to Jeremy Fowler. If it ends up being Mike McDaniel, what's your reaction?
I mean, he's a great play caller. Mike McDaniel was my OC when I played for the 49ers, so I got a ton of respect for Mike McDaniel. Obviously, he runs a really good offense. I know that people in Miami, like, obviously you couldn't see it this year because I think Tua was just that bad. But I think he's a really good play caller. Obviously been under Kyle Shanahan, who is, to me, one of the best offensive minds I've ever seen in my life. So I wouldn't really have a problem with it. I'm more of a team Brian Flores type of guy because I want one of those guys that comes in and like lay the law down. And like, I just feel like we just need to build the winning culture and get people to fall in line. I just think that, honestly, my personal opinion, I think that the Browns now let their star players get away with too much stuff. I think that I want somebody to come in military style and make people fall in line. I think that we need more discipline in that locker room. My personal opinion.
I'll never push down at a leader of men type candidate. So we are one of the more positive shows on Shador. JP and I like what we've seen in 6 games. And I won't speak for JP. I'm very comfortable with him being the lead dog going into 2026. But one of the things people push back on is when you say nice things about Shador, they go, you're too high on him, even though we've never said like who we think he's going to be. So the other day, I said I think he can be somewhere just talent, like maxing out the talent-wise between Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins. JP said Trevor Lawrence. Do you have a player that when you think of how good he can be in the NFL, if he maxes it out over the next 2 years, who do you think Shador could be?
Hey, I never thought about that. That's a good question. I see if he maxes it out, I could see him being a top 15 quarterback in this league. I would say he's more on the. I could see a Geno Smith, like a positive Geno Smith, though, not this one with Vegas. Yeah, not this one with Vegas. I don't know who that is. I could see him being. Let's see, you got me on the spot now. Kirk Cousins, I like the Trevor Lawrence thing because Trevor Lawrence is a very talented guy. Obviously, he get with the right play caller with Liam Cohen, and now he's taken off. I think we can have that type of stuff, but he's got to clean up the interceptions. Like, I think that, with Shador to me has to have more consistency when he plays. It can't be that he comes out in the first quarter and he looks like, okay, this dude is he looks like a top 10 quarterback in this league right now to some of the plays that he's making. And then he throws a pick or make a bad play, and then it's the offense stalls for 2 to 3 quarters. And now we what's going on? Like that can't happen. Obviously he's a rookie, so he's chasing consistency. Now I think he can do it. He'll grow. But I can definitely see him being a top 15 quarterback in this league.
Ravens, Steelers, which one are you hoping finishes out the collapse of their season?
I think that for some odd reason, both of them has a ton of chaos that comes with it if they lose. But I think the biggest chaos would probably be the Steelers if they lose, because I want to see if they really would get rid of a guy who never had a losing season. To me, that would really blow my mind to see that. If they say Mike Tomlin, we're gonna move up. I just don't think that would happen. I just don't. No matter what fans say, I just don't think the Steelers are going to do that. But if the Ravens lose, I think 100% John Harbaugh is getting fired.
I hope all the Browns players are listening to this immaculate media member, Tyvis Powell. Strong stuff. 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. Multiple outlets in Cleveland. Tyvis, you're doing a great job, man. Keep it. We appreciate you, buddy.
I appreciate y'all. Go Bucks, go Browns, go Cavs, and go Bearcats.
Happy New Year, bud. Tyvis Powell there on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about Ohio State in Miami in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hurricanes, Buckeyes, on New Year's Eve in the Cotton Bowl playoff. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
When you get the Buckeyes to have a back up against the wall and everybody's starting to doubt the Buckeyes, they tend to respond in a very positive way. So I'm expecting to see a dominant performance from the Buckeyes tonight.
That is Tyvis Powell giving good vibes ahead of this Ohio State game. I don't know, this kind of is a prove-it game. And I do think because there's such a long layoff between the playoffs, and if the last game I saw you in was a loss that I don't think you should have lost, like 2 years ago when they won the national championship, they shouldn't have lost to that Michigan team. That was a team deflating itself in real time.
And then they got to come out and just wax Tennessee, and it was just, you just immediately erased it.
So that's what I need to see tonight. Like, tonight is kind of that prove-it thing. Prove to me. Now, here's the difference. Indiana is a much better team than Michigan was 2 years ago. So I do think that loss should carry a little bit more weight than maybe the Michigan game, where clearly Ryan just didn't know how to comport himself in a rivalry. But yeah, I do need to see Ohio State prove it again.
I mean, I think they will. It's interesting how it feels like everyone is doing these gymnastics to make this game really close and really tight. And Tyvis made it seem as if that was the media almost just doing the bidding for the playoff to give it juice. But
I don't have that kind of power.
I mean, I don't know.
Yet.
I don't know. I mean, you have that power, but like, I think he's making the inference that like there are enough people, national people, that can make that matter and try to make this game a game. But I just think that's overlooking a Miami team that can. I don't want to say function, because that seems insulting in and of itself, but they can make this game close.
Yeah, and so I don't think the line dropping to 7.5. I don't think this is part of a media creation, nor do I think Jordan Rodgers on Get Up This Morning picking Miami is like.
There's a reason why you had to say Jordan Rodgers, though, who we don't bring up basically ever.
Yeah.
There's not many people actually picking against Ohio State in this one.
No, fair. But I think, I don't think this is media creation. I think this is simple. Ohio State is relatively one-dimensional against good defenses, and Miami's a really good defense.
Well, and we really don't have a lot of evidence of Ohio State beating up on really good teams.
Yeah.
They just didn't play enough of them. It's not their fault. They just didn't play enough of them.
Even Texas, they didn't necessarily beat them up. It's a really good game until it wasn't.
And that was a million years ago, it feels like.
Yeah.
So, that almost gets discredited in some sense. And if you go all the way from Texas to Indiana between playing what we perceive to be at least, quote-unquote, really good teams, that's a long time.
But I am excited. I'm excited to see where Ohio State is, because I think if you have been holding back, if maybe you, again, kind of sandbagged the Indiana game because you didn't want to give away what you were going to do in the playoffs, well, this would be a great opportunity. Right? This would be a great opportunity to show that. And I think when it comes to guys like Carnell Tate, I think this game's huge for him in terms of his draft position. I think Caleb Downs. I think you start to look at some of the guys who are going to go off into the NFL that might not be as heralded. Honestly, the right tackle, Austin, I think this is a great game for him because there are people suggesting he should go off into the NFL. So, I am pretty excited about the game. I just think it is going to be closer. I think Ohio State fans, by and large, have not thought a second about Miami. Right. I think because they're coming from the ACC, I think they do not respect Miami. And I think that, and by the way, I wouldn't put it past a young Ohio State team to think that way. And it's like Carson's back as this is the third year of playing meaningful football games this late into the season. You've got Reuben Bain. You've got some dogs there. If you let them, they will beat you, just like Indiana did.
Well, and Carson Beck, because of his time at Georgia, he's played in all these big games.
Yeah.
You can't sleep on that. I think there's the idea that in other years you could be like, well, they haven't seen this. Carson Beck has seen it all. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt. I don't know. I asked Tyvis which team he liked more, which team would win, this year's team or last year's team. Neutral setting, or even put him with the shoe. Who cares? Who's going to win that game and by how much? I didn't think he was going to say this year's team at all.
Yeah, I don't. Well, it's just the offense. The offense too one-dimensional.
I was very well prepared for him to say last year's team, and by something like 7 to 10 points.
I do think this defense is better than last year's defense.
Yes, this defense is on another level. This is.
But the problem is the offense is also down a level from where last year is.
From a statistical standpoint, this is peak Alabama defense. I saw all sorts of advanced numbers that corroborate. We've not seen a college football defense in the previous 25 years like this. The only one that is on the same level is those peak Saban defenses.
Which makes me wonder. I don't know if maybe the Chip Kelly thing's going to hurt him. Makes me wonder if Ohio State goes off on a run here, if Matt Patricia gets an offer to go back to the NFL as a defensive coordinator. Honestly, it could be Cleveland. If Flores were the hire, or if somebody else, honestly, even McDaniel, if they couldn't keep Schwartz, it wouldn't surprise me if Matt Patricia became a big name on the NFL.
He's rehabbed himself in such a way. I mean, the scoring differential in these games, it's 36-9 is what it is. I mean, it's insane. Not only the level for the offense, but what the defense is doing in a game-in, game-out basis.
Actually, you know who I think he'd be perfect for?
Who's that?
Kevin Stefanski, if he takes the Giants job. So he's another Northeast guy. Patricia, honestly, I think Patricia's defense fits the talent they already have there better than what the Browns have, because I think better than Schwartz. Like, I don't think what they have in New York right now fits the wide.
Maybe if he gets Abdul Carter more than half a sack in his second season compared to his first, maybe he'll be a success.
I was just thinking Brian Burns is having a great year. I think there's I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if the Chip Kelly thing dissuades anybody, but I think Patricia, I think that's the only downside of a deep playoff run and maybe another national championship is it might cost you Patricia.
Yeah, I wonder, because Patricia's doing a lot to rewrite his name. I wonder if he just stays for a little bit longer. Although, by the way, I heard people talking yesterday about the idea that if Ryan Day wins back-to-back titles, then he should just go off to the NFL.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
You've accomplished everything you need to. There's nothing more you can do in college football. It would be the push that then gets him to the NFL. And by the way, he would also then have basically whatever job is the primo job that opens up.
I just don't think this is the year you do it.
Well,
just because there's not a job that I'm like, you have to have this gig.
I think it'd either be this year if there's some massive shakeup, like we're talking like a Tomlin or a Harbaugh type thing, or then next year where you wait for another one of these, the Burrow one. Another one that got thrown out there too was Josh Allen, because the idea that Sean McDermott could be fired. Like there's a sneaky, really good job in the NFL that is available this offseason that hasn't materialized.
All right. But
you've done everything you can if you're Ryan Day at that point, if you win back-to-back.
No, you can win another one.
Well, I mean,
you just keep winning them.
You've dominated the college football world is the point.
Yeah, well, okay.
You can keep doing it. You can be Saban and just do it forever.
I think there's a chance you might want to do that.
There's no shame in that.
I mean, think about it. He tasted a couple years of crap at Ohio State because he didn't beat Michigan and didn't win a national championship. You might just want to enjoy the fruits of your labor there a couple more years. By the way, I don't know if they would. I'm going to go back to Vegas. If you're Ryan Day and you look at Fernando Mendoza and think that guy's a franchise quarterback and the Raiders get the number one pick, you know Mark Davis is going to pay you. You know, and you would love to, who wouldn't love to live in Las Vegas? Weather, it's always warm. Don't have to worry about earthquakes.
I just think it's a wild card. Just a wild card to pay attention to.
I don't think he will, by the way.
I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it.
I think it would have to be a Pittsburgh. I think it would have to be an all-time elite. You can't say no to this job.
Well, even like Philadelphia, for instance, the team that's already stacked. If they get rid of Sirianni, like there's a couple jobs out there that, and in particular for him, I think he'd be really interested by.
Ryan Day is not ready for the emotional turbulence of being the Eagles head coach. I
think that's one of his dream jobs.
It probably is because he's a New Hampshire guy. You want to deal with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, and Saquon Barkley griping at each other?
He'll do better than Sirianni's done with the media fanfare as far as that's concerned.
You got to deal with Jason Kelsey getting welled up on podcasts talking about just need to communicate with each other.
We've seen enough guys.
It's a lot of emotions.
We've seen enough guys feel like they dominate college football. There's nothing left to do. I want to go to the NFL where I've always had my dreams. Just keep an eye on it.
In a season where Ohio State could lose tonight, would that be a failure? Is the season a failure if Ohio State doesn't win tonight? And Miles breaking the sack record in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The Fan congratulates Paul Hoynes of Cleveland.com, winner of the 2026 Career Excellence Award from the Baseball Writers Association of America. Paul will be honored in Cooperstown in July. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Happy almost New Year. We do have to unveil Daryl.
Oh yeah, Daryl
saying Happy New League Year as I bait him into saying it and then didn't do it with him.
That was very funny.
Still is.
Unfortunately for Daryl.
For the fantasy king of 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah, well,
fantasy football king, not king.
As correctly predicted by yourself, he took that one in stride.
Well, we got in case we missed it in about 45 minutes. If you guys don't know, my fantasy football league, which had been dormant for a few years since our buddy Jason passed, we brought it back this year for the first time since he passed away. And so we created this new league, and Mac is in it. JP is in it. Daryl is in it. We brought some of the 92 to the Fan flavor, and Daryl, the same thing happened. They're like Daryl, because each of our championship rounds, so the first round of the playoffs and the second round of the playoffs, the championship round, were 2 weeks each because of the way the league was built.
Yeah.
And so Daryl forfeited. Basically, it was like, well, you won because after the first week, I was leading him, and then Trevor Lawrence and Bijan Robinson put me in my grave, at which point Daryl talked a lot of crap. Same thing happened in the championship round.
Yeah.
After 1 week, our buddy Kevin led Daryl by 30 points, and Daryl was like, I guess I'm just not going to win it. Daryl came back to win it, once again because of Bijan Robinson, and immediately started texting Mac, JP,
too.
and I,
Yeah,
and tweeted.
With like championship trophies from what was it? What was the first one, like 2013 or something?
Yeah.
And then 2025. Like he went to Photoshop and then put the years on the titles and then said, I'm going to put this out there.
But here's the thing. The league is not a league that you play for money. So,
Which I
want to
change, by the way. I'd like to play for money.
You got other leagues for that, JP.
I know. I want to play.
Is it because you know you can't beat the other people in this league, and that you'll never have smack talking rights? Because that's we play for smack talking rights. That's why Daryl took liberties.
No, I just want to play for money. Give me the juice. Give me the action.
You got websites for that, buddy. If you really need it,
different kind of juice, different kind of action.
Play FanDuel. You can get on just regular any old day.
I'm not even saying for like $1 million here. I'm just saying, let's just throw a little
$1 on it. If everybody put $1 into it,
let's throw something financially on this one.
$1.
Well, and also here's the beautiful thing about it. Okay, here's what you do: you make it $5 a person for next year, and then it will belittle Daryl's title. Because that'll be the non-money title.
I see what you're trying to do.
Who really cares about that at the end of the day?
I see what you're trying to do.
You know?
And it might be working. We'll see.
I'm not saying we have to get rich off this. I'm just saying, let's belittle Daryl's title.
You realize that if we say to Hacksaw, hey, buddy, you got to put $10 up, you realize how much that's going to mess with his head, right?
Why? Will you take it more serious?
No.
Because he didn't really do much this year, if I'm being honest with him.
I believe he was in the last game, that literally last place game with Jeremy. And by the way, I'm pretty sure Jeremy lost that one, which is not great.
No, because it seemed like Jeremy really wanted to win.
Jeremy was really trying.
He was like really trying.
Really trying. Yeah. And Hacksaw beat him, I think.
That's tough.
But I don't know. We'll talk.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
All right.
Because I do like the idea that we just completely erased Daryl's first title.
Almost like this was the first year introductory title, and it was like kind of like you go to school and you get the syllabus day. Mm-hmm. This is like the syllabus day of fantasy football titles as far as the league is concerned.
Unless Daryl also wins next year.
Trial run.
At which point he's going to really be unbearable.
Well, and then the problem with Daryl is that he would like frame the $50 that he won.
Yeah,
he would do
that's true.
something insane like that and be like, this was my 2026 fantasy football win, the $50 bill, and I'll never break it out of the glass.
Yeah, and
would mean more to him than having children.
And Daryl comes over to my house for like holidays and stuff.
Yeah.
Daryl would be just every holiday. Every holiday he comes over for 4th of July, my birthday, if we ever have a birthday party again, he'd just be wrong. I don't know. I really got to think about this, the ins and outs. Now, that being said, Miles Chase for the sack record continues. I love that Joe Burrow basically said, I'm not going to go out of my way to not get sacked. I would put the over-under at 2.5 sacks on Sunday because I think Miles is getting to 25 sacks.
By the way, I love that this is the mindset from Joe Burrow. We both thought this would be the mindset from him. I appreciate that it is. Now, obviously, I can appreciate it because it helps out Miles, but reality is it's punk moves by Josh Allen and then Aaron Rodgers. And Joe Burrow would have more of a right to play that way if he wanted to.
Yes. Because he's had a bad year. He said, they're not making the playoffs.
Week 18, really not playing for anything outside of trying to keep some weird momentum from Week 18 to Week 1 of next year.
I kind of think how we found out that Josh Allen's never won a title yet.
Because he let that get in his head so much? Yeah.
I think that game was closer because Josh was thinking about not getting sacked. And we know, listen, Aaron Rodgers, the excuse is made for Aaron Rodgers and how he conducted himself in this Pittsburgh game. 1.8 seconds to throw from a clean pocket.
I mean, you're
a coward.
I really don't think people highlighted enough the postgame with Josh Allen. I keep bringing it up all the time because it just stood out to me. You have this win, and again, seeding mattered at that point for Buffalo, still does, by the way. That's an important win for the Bills at the time, and all he could talk about was how he had an extra important effort to make sure Myles Garrett didn't have the sack record.
Also, how often? Because everybody, we even had Ross on at 4, and Ross was like, nobody wants to be Brett Favre and be shown getting sacked for the next 20 years. It's like, I don't think Brett Favre's thought about it once.
I think Brett Favre looked at it as almost like a mensch move.
Yeah, at this point.
I'll help out Michael Strahan, and this is kind of fun.
In the pantheon of things that Brett has done in his life, it might be the classiest thing he's ever done.
He's definitely made some ill-advised decisions in life. Did you see him thank his attorney online today?
For what?
Just existing. He was like, I think it was like happy holidays, especially to my attorney, and then gave his name as if it was like his best friend because he's helped him out a lot legally.
Well, he hasn't gone to jail for welfare fraud, so I guess I would thank my attorney too.
Who else? I know. Now, clearly the guy's helped him out a lot. It
almost feels like a bragging in the face of his own douchery.
Was it yesterday? Today? It was I saw it today, but I don't know what exact day it was from. But it's like, who thanks their attorney? Why is that a thing for you? You understand how many bad things you have to do to be like, my attorney's my best friend because he's gotten me out of things?
I don't even have an attorney, let alone an attorney to thank.
Here it is, December 30th. So it was yesterday, but I saw it today. And he reposted it, by the way. Brett Favre reposting his own tweets. Very on brand for Brett Favre. I've had a lot of people help me over the years, but my attorney, Eric Hirschman, has been a game changer off the field and forever grateful to him with the hands up prayer emoji.
He just did his
no one brought this on.
Is that part of the attorney contract?
No one brought this
Eric
on.
says, hey, if I get you out of welfare fraud, allegedly.
No one asked for it.
You got a tweet about how great I am?
It's just what he wanted to put out there into Twitter today. Yesterday.
Isn't that the move of a guilty man, by the way?
For sure it is. You don't think the attorney that got you a sweet deal on being innocent, you think the attorney that got you a sweet deal ought to,
actually, there's a good point. Wouldn't you say, I want to thank my attorney for proving my innocence? Instead of just, he's been really impactful in my life, you'd specify the innocence part of this.
You would do everything but this. You would do anything but this. You might, I don't know, be a normal person and send him an edible arrangement.
What do you think the reaction is if Miles doesn't break the sack record?
It's going to be very confusing for people. I think it's going to be very confusing because I feel like so many people have already attached his name in the record book as accomplishing this, and he hasn't accomplished it yet. And so I think a lot of people believe it will happen Sunday. We both think it will, but if he falls short, I asked Ashley if saying collapse was basically too far, and I think she settled on collapse. Now, what was interesting with Ashley, though, and I didn't see this coming, Nick, I really truthfully didn't. I just, my bad for not thinking about it. She mentioned how important this was for the defense, as if this was a team award, not an individual award, but a team award. You know, in baseball, if you throw a perfect game, nobody talks about the catcher and nobody talks about the center fielder in that perfect game. But if you're a center fielder during a perfect game, you brag about that. That's a thing you discuss. It's a thing that goes a long way in your conversations about being on the field and helping out in those moments. And I feel like the Browns defense, a part I just didn't realize was how much they care about this sack, not only for Myles Garrett's record, but as their own record.
I don't think it's collapse. I think it's proof that guys went out of their way to not get sacked in a way that I think is like, I don't think this would have happened 20 years ago. Like, for instance, again, Brett Favre saw a sack coming, didn't want to get hit harder, and laid down. That was as much as a business decision physically for him as it was being nice to Michael Strahan. So, like, I don't think guys would think about this 20 years ago. So I almost think it'll be like an inside job. Like, I will be borderline offended if Joe Burrow did come out and went out of his way to not get sacked because he didn't want to be the record, because it would feel like to be held out 3 straight games without a sack, it would feel like the NFL went out of its way to not give Miles a record. And that's a logical fan thing, and I will just lead with that. But I think it'll be more, I think the commentary will be more on the softness of quarterbacks now.
Well, I wonder if they will. We've been highlighting it for 2 weeks because we find it peculiar, but I don't know that it's translated to everybody else in these conversations.
Yeah.
You know, like I feel like when we bring this up to different guests, they seem almost surprised that this is the angle that we're taking. And it's like, but it should be. It should be the dominating part of this convo. But I understand it. They'll look at it as Cleveland radio hosts making excuses for Miles.
Now, can I give you what I think the actual the fallout would be if he doesn't get the sack record on Sunday?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll win Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
I think it might be the thing. Again, I don't think it'll be seen as a collapse, but I think he surged to the front of the Defensive Player of the Year award. 1, because there was nobody else really to compete with him, but 2, because he was so sure to be the the sack record, to have that this year. It wouldn't surprise me in the same way that Matt Stafford having a bad Sunday and Drake May having a good week might have flipped the MVP. It wouldn't surprise me if Miles got shut out for a 3rd straight game if it caught him.
I mean, it's already Vegas has already have it locked up as far as the odds are concerned. But I don't see a voter turning and flipping on this with Miles. Oh, not only because of the tackles for loss themselves and how he's second now all time in TFLs in any individual season alone. And he's very far behind J.J. Watt, but like that alone would be enough to get you the DPOY most years, regardless if he only had 14 sacks. I think he's been such a disruptor. I don't think this is going to matter one way or another.
You're right. I would like this for Miles. I'd like both for Miles.
And like I'm trying to think of who would usurp it and who would take over it. And obviously, every guy you have is still going to have less sacks than him. Because if you want to bring like Will Anderson to the table, you want to bring Brian Burns to the table. Like they're all going to have less numbers than Miles as is, even if he does appear on a milk carton on Sunday.
216-474-0092. What is the reaction if Miles doesn't break the sack record this weekend, and that ends up going into next year?
What you need for that is you would need, like when Surtain won it, you need like a cornerback or someone like that to be in the running.
Mm-hmm.
And like right now, it's just a lot of guys in the D line that are in the running for the top.
What
of
if somebody has a three INT performance on Sunday?
I can't see anybody that would vault into that. It's been a weird.
You can't really see that with INTs.
It would be weird. But
J.C. Horn, is he still playing?
It's been a weird year for defensive players not on the line to have like a come up as far as the DPOY.
But it'll be interesting. I don't think there's anybody. No, I shouldn't say that. I don't think there will be anybody in Cleveland media that will look at Miles weirdly if he doesn't get this record this weekend. I guarantee you there will be some fans that make some sort of comment.
Well, you know what the narrative is going to move to, or what I think it will move to.
Did he chase it too hard?
No, not that. And that's actually not a bad one, though. I think it'll be more the idea that most pass rushers, and Miles is not immune to this, their numbers in December just always drop.
Mm-hmm.
They just always go down. And Miles, historically, it gets cut in half his production in December. And so I think people will just chalk it up to that.
I kind of want, and this actually is aided because we've seen him get after Burrow so much. I kind of would like a good 3-sack performance.
I kind of want even like a throwback where that great basketball crossover movie does as he lines up over the center and then sacked Burrow. Like, play the greatest hits against Burrow.
Oh, I don't hate that.
You know what I mean? Like the ones we all love, because you're going to get it, but just like play the greatest hits.
So you got to do
that one again.
You got to do it getting it, and then you got to do one for everyone you get after.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Like here's my I'm dribbling between the legs, and then maybe this is one like peekaboo. He crosses it like I'm not even gonna. I don't even know when the snap's gonna happen. I'm gonna cover my eyes.
Yeah.
No look sack.
No look sack. We're just gonna recreate the whole.
You gotta open your eyes once you get to the offensive lineman because you gotta. But like once you're going to bring him down, you gotta close your eyes real quick for that.
Will he still have 25 written on his arm?
Wouldn't it be funny if he gets to 26 or something?
It's got to be still in play for him. He's got to think that.
All right, but if he gets to 26 in game, if it's written on your tape. Somebody's got to come along with a Sharpie and turn that 5 to a 6.
Other thing I'm thinking about now is, are people going to belittle the accomplishment in general? If he gets there, they won't.
Because it's 17 games?
No, not 17 games, although that will obviously be a conversation for the national shows and everything like that. Although it will be, what's nice about that is that Black Monday will take over, so not too many people will be out there just diminishing it. But I wonder, because so many of them happened in such a short amount of time, was it like 10 sacks in 3 games? I wonder if people will parse that out and that'll start to be used against him in some sort of way.
Bleep them people if they do. 216-474-0092. What will the reaction be if Miles doesn't break their sack record on Sunday and in a season full of meh? There have been some good moments. We'll talk about that next in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Every 20 minutes right here on The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Caroli.
From the Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick Traffic Center, call 1-800-HURT-NOW.
Heavy congestion 71 south from the Turnpike to 82 and 77 north and south between Wheatley and Medina Road. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. I do want to get to the John Fanta thing in about 5 minutes, but I think the question is, are we rooting for the Ravens or are we rooting for the Steelers?
Yeah.
Because we had part of this conversation about 2 hours ago, and I still don't know. Like, there is, okay, myself.
We have a burger bet at play.
I don't even care about that. I'd gladly buy you a burger if I end up wanting the Steelers to lose. But I just don't know.
I mean, but it's a perfect burger bet streak that's on the line.
Yeah.
Your Cal Ripken-esque streak of burger bets is on the line.
I'll still win the other ones. I still got Fanta, Dustin from over there. Although I'm going to try and pawn his burger back onto you so I don't have to go to lunch with him.
There's no transfer of burgers.
I don't think you know.
No. There's no transfer of burgers.
I don't think you, you're not the burger guy. You're not the burger bet guy.
There's no transfer of burgers.
I don't believe we said that.
I get my burger from you, and that's how that works.
By way of him.
This is dirty. This is very dirty.
No, what I'm saying
I don't appreciate this at all.
Why?
This is a John Fanta level of swerve that I don't know. I do not appreciate. This is.
You get a burger via me.
No.
Via Dustin Cuck.
No transfer. I didn't make a bet with Dustin Cuck. I made a bet with you.
Well, no, but I made bets with both of you, and I won one and lost one. Ergo, I reroute a burger
There's
to you.
no rerouting burgers.
You've never specified that. That was not part of the contract.
This is dirty play. Jax, agree with me on this. This is dirty play.
Yeah.
How's it dirty play?
I mean, you made the bet with Dustin.
Yeah, and I won that
Dustin
one,
only made
and I
the
would
bet.
lose this one.
He only made the bet so that either he'd win a burger or he could take you out to eat a burger.
Uh-huh. And I now sidestep that.
No, that was the funny part of this is that I didn't want to
I
eat
now
a burger with Dustin.
sidestep that
I wouldn't agree
by
to a
sending
burger
that
bet
burger to you.
I wouldn't agree to a burger bet
it's
with Dustin
It's a good burger.
Cuck.
You know he's going to get you a good burger. That's a guy that knows burgers.
I don't have time to go out to eat a burger with him.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I have 2 children under 3 years old.
And
I barely have time to show up to this job. What are we talking about?
You can push him off on the in-laws.
That's not
Your
how that
father-in-law
works.
loves you like if
Yes,
he heard
does.
you got a free burger via Dustin Cuck, he would love that.
Shout out to him, by the way. Today is his very last day of work ever.
No way.
Today is it.
How
This is it.
long's Pop's
Last
been at
day,
it?
At 42 years.
Oh.
42 years at Metro Health. He has delivered, I think they tried to count how many babies he's delivered. It's something like 7,000 or something
It's
insane.
like Wilt Chamberlain. We just never know how many
It's
women
just
there
an
were.
insane number of babies that he's delivered over 42 years. Today's the very last day.
Now,
but his newfound retirement time will not be spent doing any more than he's got to do in that department.
Does he know?
Because he's already do some heavy lifting.
Does he remember the first baby he delivered?
No, not that I know of.
Now, I
didn't ask him about it.
Did he deliver his own children?
No,
That'd be a
not at
weird
all.
one.
That would be a weird one.
That'd
Yeah.
be really
Yeah, the same way he obviously did not deliver his grandchildren either.
That'd be weirder.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't do that.
So
but
what's going to happen is Dustin Cuck's going to give you a
it's
burger.
no rerouting of a burger.
There's nowhere in burger bet dogma that says you can't do that.
I'm telling you right now, you can't do that.
But you're not God.
Jeez. Well, now I hope I lose the burger bet just so we don't have this awkward exchange of me just losing respect for you as you try to reroute a burger like it's a UPS package.
I think the awkward exchange is going to be you and Dustin going to get a burger.
I'm not getting a burger with them. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not getting a burger with them.
I'm just going to
reroute a burger from Jackson. We can have a good time.
I'm going to have. I'm
not rerouting a burger with Dustin.
Basically, I'm going to have a email draft up. I'm going to CC both of you on it. And then I'm going to say, guys, Dustin, your burger goes to JP.
So this would be different.
Wilson out.
If I had not already paid off a burger bet with you, I might take this a little bit different.
You paid it off in the absolute.
In what way?
You gave me a gift card.
I gave you a digital gift card for a burger. That's what's wrong with that?
You've already skirted the rules of burger bets.
Cash out of my pocket to go ahead and send you a digital card.
Did you personally hand me a burger and say, there you go, slugger?
I gave you the cash equivalent.
Nope, you didn't. No. Did you personally hand me a hot, warm, fresh burger to my hands.
I don't want to personally hand fresh burger, whatever you just described right there. I don't want that.
Because you don't.
That sounds gross. I don't want the transport of a burger. I don't need that.
There'd be a wrapper over it.
I don't need the transport.
You wrap it before you hand it over.
Digital card's great. You go in your own time. You go whenever you want to. We don't have to
swerve this.
We don't
as
have
much
to
as
do
you
the
want.
sit
It's
down.
not working.
I tell you what, if I lose,
chicken bleep way of
if I lose
doing
on
a burger
Sunday, I'm doing the same thing I did last time.
That's fine.
I might even lower the amount. Who knows?
You could buy me 75% of a burger.
I'm going to find whatever the lowest costing burger on that menu is, and you might get that.
You're going to give me the salmonella burger?
After this convo. Why don't you just reroute my digital gift back to myself? Or have you already used it?
I've already used it. It had to be used, and I kept emailing me like, you haven't opened this. You haven't opened this.
They were very persistent about those emails.
Honestly, it was very annoying.
What really was.
Very annoying, which is part of the fun for
And then they kept emailing me, and I had to then ask you, which is also a big inconvenience. If we didn't see each other all the time, I can't imagine gifting somebody a gift card for a burger and then being like, hey, did you open that?
You know what I should have done? I should have just not opened it. I should have just kept not opening it so it would keep asking you so I get annoyed as much as you get annoyed.
Then you'd have a gift card to give back to me.
So I hope that if I lose, that you really enjoy wherever Dustin takes you. Nice little cantina somewhere with good burgers. Maybe we'll take you across the way over here. Want a YT burger?
My rooting interest is in Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh absolutely destroying each other, and so that is in direct conflict to this burger bet.
I do. So I think you bring up a great point here, because on one hand, Tomlin finally getting fired in Pittsburgh could be the thing that dislodges them. They've gotten lucky. They've hired back-to-back really good head coaches. If they end up hiring a bad coach instead, it could really go south for Pittsburgh for a long time, and we like that.
Plus, when they hire this coach, and let's just call him Marcus Freeman or whatever, right? Like when they hire this coach, they then have to tear everything back down because they're going to get themselves rid of all these bloated defensive contracts that they have. Aaron Rodgers will not be coming back, so they'll have to start fresh with the quarterback. Like it's going to be 2 or 3 years before they're any semblance of what you think the Steelers are.
Which those people, those Yenzers, they deserve it. They really do. They deserve a 10-year stretch like we've gotten since 1999. They deserve that bad of football after how much they've complained about 10 wins and not winning the playoffs. I digress. Or Baltimore loses.
Yeah.
And you do have Harbaugh versus Lamar.
I know.
But that only pays out if that ends with Harbaugh or Lamar not there. Whereas I feel it's more likely if Pittsburgh loses, Tomlin's done.
I've heard more than one media member say that they think this is Lamar Jackson's last game in a Ravens uniform.
Didn't they say that when at the end of that season? Remember when Lamar cleaned out his locker room during the playoff game?
People have been wrong before, okay? Yeah. And so obviously there's a chance that they reunite and everything is awesome. That Mike Preston article in the Baltimore Sun was so damning on so many different levels. And there was a thought that that a lot of people explored that Lamar would be so mad about that article because it obviously came from the Ravens and all that info seemed to be leaking directly from the Ravens, that he'd be so mad about it that he wouldn't even have gone through and played this week. Now he practiced today. It's all in good, like it's trending in that direction. I don't know if you're going to go full conspiracy on it. There's a lot of people that wonder whether or not he even had a serious back injury on Saturday night and the season was in the balance.
So here's the problem. If the Ravens lose, I don't see them getting rid of Lamar. It's a $79 million dead cap hit.
I don't see them doing it either.
So does that mean? So if you don't get rid of Harbaugh,
but it's on the table if they choose Harbaugh. It's like it's on the table. It is.
I just really struggle with them doing that.
It's not a 0% chance. And again, Lamar he's openly talked about how he wants to play for the Dolphins, loves the Dolphins, all these other type of things. Like I mean, there's a bunch of teams out there that would be champing, whatever you want to say, at the bit to go ahead and get his services. Like it's a world that exists that you can get rid of either Lamar or Harbaugh, and one of them being gone is a great thing.
Well, here's another wrinkle to this. If Tomlin got fired or mutual parting of whatever dumb way they want to say it, with Pittsburgh, I think there's a 0% chance he'd become the Browns' next head coach. It's apparent he doesn't like how we do business because he's gone out of his way to say it multiple times. Harbaugh, he's what is that?
So in a very Jim Mora way.
Youngstown or Toledo? I think Toledo. So he's from the general region. I know the Harbaughs had some love for the Browns growing up. I kind of could see John Harbaugh being here. So that is another element to this. If John Harbaugh gets fired, I don't know it's a huge chance, but I think there's a chance that Haslam would go, I'll pay $20 million a year, come here, be my head coach, right?
Could totally see it.
I don't see it happening with Tomlin. I think that's another wrinkle to this.
Either way, we're in the catbird seat. This is almost a win-win situation. And if the worst thing out of all of this is that it just continues to spotlight that there needs to be changes, maybe we don't get the payoff this year, but we'll get it in the next year or two.
Can you imagine if the Ravens and Dolphins made a Tua for Lamar trade? Even if there were a boatload of first-round picks going to Baltimore, can you imagine Tua playing half of his a quarter of his season in Pittsburgh and Cleveland? Even Cincinnati's cold weather enough.
He'd be screwed.
Be funny. It'd be very funny.
I think Tua's a career backup after this year, but he'd be 100% screwed. I don't know. It'd be very fascinating to see what could happen with Lamar. There is a spot where you wonder if Baltimore, they have 2 playoff wins since the 2020 started. The theme of the NFL world right now is that Lamar can't get past either Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they just might look at this and just say it's not worth all the trouble that comes with this. He is constantly injured. He is constantly a nuisance. He's so talented and he's so good at his job, but there is a breaking point for a lot of people, and I just wonder if Baltimore's close to that.
I've got another theory on why some Browns fans might want the Ravens to lose, which could dislodge Harbaugh than Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
But 216-474-0092. What if who are you rooting for to fail on Sunday, Baltimore or Pittsburgh? Depending on the fallout of that, who wanted to take Shedeur Sanders in the draft, and then we're told not to?
Yeah.
It tells me that John Harbaugh was on board with drafting Shedeur Sanders, which means John would, I think, be okay coming here with all the whatever and being a part of Shedeur maybe in 2026.
I like that point.
Don't hate that.
That's another feather in the cap of Harbaugh.
Now, the question is, who would you then go with the OC? Would you just say, John, you come here, we'll pay you $20 a year, and you got Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees? He's not always been great at hiring the staff.
Yeah.
He's run through multiple. Now, that's a Baltimore thing, too.
Martindale, all these guys.
Munkin's good.
Yeah.
He's the guy that finally unlocked the true MVP version of Lamar.
They still ended up in a spot against the Patriots in a must-win game where they went 12 minutes not using Derrick Henry. They still make some bird-brain decisions at times, though.
That's fair, but Munkin's better than, oh my God, who else did they have? Greg Roman?
Yeah.
Greg Roman, who looks pretty good when he actually has a drop-back passing quarterback. Helps with the other Harbaugh there. But no, I would consider that. As part of
that's
plus.
a win. I think it's a massive win for the Browns for sure. I'm rooting for the chaos of this all, and I'm rooting for more Lamar Jackson leaks that speak of the dysfunction on both sides. And could you imagine being in the Baltimore front office? How do you fix this?
By the way, I think I'm just going to say I'm going to ride the fence on this one. There's no outcome in that game, Baltimore and Pittsburgh, where one of those teams loses that's bad for us.
No, we win. Yeah. Again, we're in the catbird seat. This is a win-win
just like
for
me
us.
and the burger bet.
You just get to sit back, relax, and enjoy the cruise.
Yeah.
This is not like the burger bet.
You buy me a burger, or Dustin buys you a burger.
You legitimately lose the burger bet, and then you have to go into your wallet, and you have to pay off those debts.
Radu saying it. For a lot of people on social media, he always thought burger bets had to have burger presented in person. Yep, that's how the burger game, the respectable burger game has been played in history.
Well, hold on now.
It's how Francesa and Mad Dog did it 20 years ago, and that's how they got to number one.
If you're accusing me of not playing an ethical burger bet game, I think
That's not me. That's Radu saying.
No, but I think your sidestepping of the burger bet in its entirety is the most unethical display of burger bet that I can think of.
Well, yeah, because now the gloves are off. Because you went unethical. I'm a gentleman. I fight like a gentleman until you act ungentlemanly. And then I'm a savage hick from Medina County.
Here's the problem with this: is that there's no way I'm going out to dinner with Dustin Cox. That's not happening.
No, lunch.
Yeah,
just good lunch.
Any of it. It's not happening.
Pop into a little cantina.
So I'm going to just have to be out. No, I just have to
maybe
be
you record a podcast with him.
I would just have to tell him, I guess you just don't have to pay me that. And then I'm now here's where I'm the sucker, is that now because of you circumventing the rules, I'm in a lose-lose. I'm in a lose-lose.
How are you in a lose-lose?
Because I'm never going to be able to have that sweet burger off the burger bet if you're just going to just reroute it, as if that's a thing.
You could, if you just would give in to the,
and then if
the proper burger
if the Steelers win, then I straight up just lose the bet, and so then there's another just loss.
I know.
It's pretty
awesome for me though.
What other burger bets do you have?
I have Fanta. I already defeated
I'll
Coach.
take that one. Let me take the Phantom bet. I'll take that one.
No.
Let's do that.
I actually had a deal with John.
You want to reroute the burger bet from Phantom to me? That one sounds pretty good.
That one's already non-transferable.
We can go golfing. You can take me out to a nice burger place. That sounds like a fun time.
John actually made sure to say ahead of...
he's not cheap about it at all?
Yeah, but he already said that that one's non-transferable. Back when we forged the bet 3 months ago. So the Dustin one's the only one that is transferable. I'm sorry. I'm a stickler to details.
I don't like this. I don't like this one bit.
That's how it goes.
I will think less of you.
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
I knew you could live with that, but I needed to make that clear.
Yeah.
If this is how this goes.
Like, how much we talking? How much respect?
A considerable amount.
That's
whatever
fine.
amount you think Ross Tucker adds to our number one ratings,
3%.
and the monster, massive share that we got.
Yeah, 3%.
That's how much I'll think little of you.
I think he's 3% of our ratings.
Then I will think 3% less of you.
Oh, that's fine. That's not a lot.
It's not that much. No, it's not. I mean, again, it's not going to ruin my day one way or another, but I will. And then I'm going to have to.
And not just that, I'm going to bring it up every time I can.
On top of it, too, then Dustin Cuck understands I won't. I mean, you couldn't pay me enough money to hang out with him. That's not happening. I mean,
I'd love to, Dustin, but I'm just trying to flow the burger.
3. It's not happening.
Well, no, I mean, I
got to be really selective with the people I go and spend time with. That's not happening.
He really doesn't, Dustin. He's just being disrespectful. I would never be that disrespectful.
I'm constantly that disrespectful.
In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
low of 18.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Final segment of the show, final segment of 2025. Nick and JP with you. Big thanks to our guest today, Ashley Bastock. Great stuff on Jim Schwartz as a candidate here in Cleveland. If Kevin Stefanski gets fired, Ross Tucker. At 4 o'clock, he was gracious with us when I forgot his read, so that was nice. Also, great stuff with him on the head coaching situation and the best possible outcome between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Great stuff with Tyvis Powell, not a media member, but works at 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, former Ohio State player, talking Ohio State, Miami. He did have a comp for Shedeur Sanders I think you want to hear, but this segment brought to you by Extend Technologies. Check them out at XTENDAV.com today for the latest.
It's extendav.com. Extendav.com.
And in home electronic solutions. So you'll see.
Yeah.
The way that it's broken up.
I know. It's not great.
It's nobody's fault. It's just the way the word processor, because I'm 157, the way the Word document
you just did a
put it
Ron
together.
Burgundy with it, though.
I did.
I'm only going to read what's on that piece of paper, and that's it.
I'll have you know what, bastard? You're going to read it.
You act like I've never read this read before.
Give it to me.
Easy. This 2020 brought to you by Extend Technologies. Check them out at extendav.com today for the latest and greatest in home electronic solutions.
Okay, that's pretty good.
What are we doing here,
That's pretty
people?
good there.
What are we doing?
Listen, I haven't done 2020s poorly for a decade, so I wouldn't know how to do that read.
I have a buddy of mine that's in Dallas, okay, and so he's at the Ohio State game. It's really funny to me. So I don't know why, but he sent me a photo. I know why he sent me that, but it's just a photo in general of like, hey, I'm at the game. This is fun. And on the billboard, it's got Rayshawn Jenkins highlighted, and I'm thinking to myself, like, obviously Miami player plays for the Browns right now. Did they do like a 5-minute montage of Rayshawn Jenkins just to try to like see where people's heads are at? Like it's like works for the Miami crowd. It also works for the Ohio State crowd that happens to be Browns fans because he's currently on the Browns. Like, were they just going for players that meet both criteria?
Or is Rayshawn the most famous person there? Because that would not be a good sign for the Cotton Bowl.
You know who is there? He sent me another photo.
McConaughey?
No, Shaq.
Shaq is everywhere.
Shaq did one of those, the pre-party things he does at Progressive?
Yeah.
He did one today for that, like an hour ago.
I'd love to party with that dude.
It's just Shaq and a bunch of ladies on stage, and he's doing the whole DJ Shaq thing that he does, and is just mixing it up.
That's Diesel. That's Diesel. When he's doing that's Diesel, not Shaq.
Yeah.
Different guy.
Completely different guy, because of course he is.
Yeah. He's actually 5'7" when he's Diesel.
I don't even think, do they pay him for these things? I'm sure they do, but like, is he getting paid in like Skittles?
Nobody's living a better life.
Does he just enjoy? I think he just enjoys it.
Nobody's living a better life right now than Shaq. You know he's making incredible money at I guess, TNT, ESPN. And he does have all these things that make him even more money. And he just goes around to be the big fun kid. It's awesome. I
think he just loves it.
So it's funny. There were a couple years there right after Shaq retired that it was like, I don't know where this is going with Shaq. It was, he's really sad after his divorce. Like, a lot of things happen in his personal life. But like the last 10 years, Shaq has been on a roll.
Yeah.
That for like retired guys is just generational. It just makes me happy.
I will say, I consume a lot less inside the NBA these days.
Yeah. It's nothing against. Actually, I'll be honest with you. It's not because I moved to ESPN. It's because I'm down on the NBA this year. Well, this is the least NBA I've watched at this point by right now in probably 10 years.
Well, but when it was inside the NBA and TNT, I knew with certainty it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. It might still even be Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's
a good point by you.
There's a part of me that just my brain doesn't connect to the idea that it's Tuesday, it's Thursday. I got to be watching this. It doesn't do it right now.
So now we do have to talk about it being the end of 2025. It's the end of your and my first full year together.
Nice.
So we got that going.
Very nice.
It's it's Jake's first full year as a producer in the business.
Very nice.
It's the first full December that Mac hasn't taken off because he's only taking a couple days off in December this year. Last year he was in for like 3 days. It was like super exciting. And I was like, it's fine, whatever. What else? Did you get number one? in the fall book. Don't want to brag.
Monster share.
Many people. At the station, in fairness, this is where we should talk about the station had an incredible year. And it really is because of the support on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, on terrestrial radio.
Emojis.
Drop those corn emojis now. Drop them. But I've been places where I've been part of good stations, but we haven't had the right following, or we haven't had the right salespeople, or we haven't had the right leadership, or leadership changed, or the lineup changed, or all this. And what continues to make this station awesome is we have everything. We have a great fan base. We have an incredible leadership structure here. The people who work for us off the air to get us, and we're talking sales, administration, we're talking our tech guys, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about guys who do some on-air stuff for us, like Jack and Jax and Jake and Mac and everybody that works here. Dan
our engineers are incredible too.
Just everybody. And so quite frankly, when you have that, it makes this relatively easy. There is a challenge to talking for 5 hours or 4 hours, or however long any of these shows are, and there are some challenges that come with being in this business. But when you have it as good as we have it, you can't not say it. You really can't. And there were some time here as the show was transitioning where there were some really tough days where I didn't know if I was going to want to keep doing this. It was really hard for a minute. And to think of what we've done in the last year, I'm very proud. I'm very happy to work every day, to come into work and to work with you and to work with the guys and where we are and to work at the station. It is tough not to feel incredibly blessed with all the things that we've done in that first full year as a show.
Yeah, I mean, the gratitude is obviously immense. But you're right. I mean, it doesn't happen without the listeners.
Yeah.
Listeners are number one. I've been at different spots myself where you're like, geez, am I talking to a family of squirrels right now? What's going on? And it's not the case here. Never has been. But in particular, last little stretch, it just feels very, you guys are very involved and you guys care about what we have to say. And obviously it wouldn't happen without any of you.
And you know what, man? You and I are both pretty blessed in life. Not only do we have beautiful, incredible wives, this year, Vanessa and I finally bought a house. We had one in Lodi and then had to sell it when we moved. So we finally put our forever home down there, and you added another baby to the family. It was just a great. It's funny. I know 2025 had its challenges. All right. Nobody escaped this year unscathed. Everyone had it. But it's funny. I was thinking about this the last couple of days. It's just how truly good it's been. And I think that's the key. I think you have to remember in the good times that these are the good times. Because there will be no doubt when the good times aren't there. You'll know. So you might as well be as cognizant of the good times as maybe you are in the not so good times.
Should we end the year with a phone call ripping Kevin Stefanski?
You know what? That's the only way we're going out. Ashton, you got 35 seconds. You've been waiting. We appreciate you. Happy New Year. Let loose on Kevin.
Hey, I'm going to say that I like everything that he's done as a coach up until this point. If he wants to leave, he can leave. That's about what I'm going to say.
All right, Ashton.
Okay, with authority.
I thought he was going scorcher. In fairness, he did wait a minute. He waited a minute. He waited a long time to get that in, so I understand. It can be a little disconcerting when you're still trying to figure out if you're on or not.
So one of the themes of this year has basically been we could always talk about Stefanski and whether he should or shouldn't be fired.
Yeah.
We had a lot of Shador conversations in there, but Stefanski reigns supreme in many ways.
We had a caller earlier that's like, I'm so sick of is the coach going to get fired talk. And it was like, buddy, if I started talking about Bratislavan mud wrestling right now, it'd be a poor time to do so.
That was yesterday.
Now that was them getting all locked up on meat and cheeses, doing their business, and then me putting it on your front stoop.
All right. Well, that'll do it for us.
Jax, we got Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We've got Matt Corrali, old cheeser. That's right. He was with us today as well. Well, we wish him the best luck off in his future endeavors. I didn't fire him. He's got a good job. It's going to be great for him. Also, I think that's it. JP?
Had fun. I'll see you next year.
Oh, I was going to do it to you when you knew it.
I did.
You saw the smile.
I saw it.
See you, buddy.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.